So I was just trying this, and I I was like, I'll just stay in the AoE.
Start.
And it just one shot me. This. An adventure, I guess.
Success.
Just need to do this in Guardian Raid, but I went solo and then it wouldn't let me back in because I didn't want to try and do it on my own.
You want this too?
How long is this thing? I'm just gonna knock me down later.
Become one with this child. Over here.
Oh, thank God. Oh, please. I'd rather not use health blessing. I guess I'm just going to.
Success. Start.
No, there's too many things happening. I think we need to go outside. We're not spawning outside. Yeah, we're spawning outside now. Okay.
Success.
What even is this?
start.
Death is the only way you can atone for your sin.
Success.
I'm gonna actually just leave for a sec. I want to see if I can use that.
Success.
Because I'd probably put it on this. I have 411, so it's already more than this. Let's do this really quick. I don't expect this to go well. These never go well. Oh, matchmaking. I clicked enter twice. Oh my gosh. I'm just kind of ass at this guy. I don't really... That last phase, I'm just so bad at it. I've only done it a couple of times too. But I always mess up like even the beginning parts to make it go faster. I'm still like 15 off. I finally got enough shards to like the last couple of days through this event to like get to 1580 probably. I think this is probably enough. But I don't know, well maybe not. I'll probably lose a lot of shards just honing because I just need to but I also could probably get money. I think I could do 2 characters because I had 4x3 on a lot of stuff. I've been trying to do 5x3 on 2 of them. I don't know where they are. I think one of them I couldn't do what is it called? This guy was way too expensive to do, so I was going to just try and swap to the other like class engraving. I think this one I could do, and these 2 are done. And then this one I was using the Express Pass, or I don't know what they're called. The something like they're those things that like make you get to 1580 or whatever they're called, and I used that for those 2, or for that one. I used it for this one and I couldn't finish because internet problems. I'll throw it. So, I guess. I thought I was safe, and I'm kind of just stuck on a wall. I'm not expecting that. pig. I can't see if there's a destruction thing. Wait, what? I've never seen him do this before. Where is he? G. Oh. Wait, I want to keep playing. What happened? Is it because of the destruction, I guess? I mean, is it really that bad? I didn't realize he was like 55. I thought he was be a bit lower. Okay. We can look, see if there's anything. Probably not. In 10 minutes. How do you do it? I think it's P. This one. So fun. Oh my gosh. He's done. I never knew that Walnies. I have no idea what this guy does. Maybe that's just kind of funny. That's not going anywhere. All attack is the... Yeah, it's 5-3. There's no way. Not using that. Well, no, there's a 1620 thing in here too. I think they go somewhere specific now. What else did I want to do in this? Oh, there's still another one of these. I haven't really figured out the hitbox for the Q. Like, they changed some of the tripods, and you can get it back to what it was originally. It's like, not that big of a deal. I was just, I'm trying out the new one today, or a new thing, where it's, instead of, the base ability consumes 2, so if you use Death Blow, then it makes it so that it consumes 3, but it's like only 14% less damage making it consume 1, so you obviously get like more damage using the Death Blow that you can get to. But the other 2 were going from Giant Explosion to this guy, and then I still don't get why it's doing that. It's like it's almost capped on an ability to... It's happening a lot recently. going from this, like this one, it'll like explode like the boom, 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 boo, doo, doo, doo. But then you do this one. Yeah, and this is the one that you make use slow. And this is the, so it's fire. For some reason it keeps going to like water and stuff like that. I think this used to be there because this is where it was like already really high up. And this is the one that just makes it go a little bit lower. I have like stuff, like this is the, you used to go this one, this one, this one. For some reason like this one was like a level 1 tripod, this one was a level 1 tripod, and this one was a level 1 tripod. But I got, they sent some of them the next day to like get them back. No, no. I'm trying to just get 5 on everything so I can just scrap these for the rest of time. Check that Discord. There's like this Discord of people that play. Yeah, I'm just not 1580 to do anything with them. I was gonna try and have. It's not gonna. I'm gonna run out of money so fast. I have a lot of books. I just have not been opening them. The sword, this is the. I'll do like. I mean, I'm probably gonna need all 25. Let me open 15. Entropy's Curse. Betrayer's Call. Betrayer's Call. Okay, this is the right one. I want to do the 10%. Oh my god. Please. Thank you. Okay, and then this one has some already done in it. 9%. Please. Pretty please. I just can't do this anymore. Oh god. It's just so sad. Each time it happens. Yeah, I guess if it's gonna be like this, I'm just gonna do each one at a time. I'm just gonna do it until I run out of money. Dude, why is it 5:20 now? Man, it was so much nicer with that other thing. That, I don't even know what it was called. These, event things. But it's not a power pass. Express pass? Express event? I think it's express event. Try that a bit. Counting in this game is just so depressing. These are like all the entries for this. Probably could do some now, I guess. I'm just not a big fan of doing 3. Like, I've done 3 a couple times. Not that bad. If I could just do 1 and 2 and then just call it a day, I would 100% do 1 and 2.
Start.
I think it's like just not hitting them sometimes. I get it.
Success. Start. Success. Start.
We'll just go to 20.
Start. Failure.
What has happened? I guess you don't want to get near those things at all.
Start.
All is done for the sake of our grand purpose. The souls of darkness will overtake the world.
Failure.
How do you do that one? Do you have to time stop it?
Start.
1 to 66.
Darkness to come overtake the world. All is done for the sake of our grand purpose. Death beckons you to come forth. The souls of darkness will overtake the world. All is done for the sake of our grand purpose.
Success.
Holy crap. Die on the starting floor. Is it just one? I need like 15 of these
Start.
for you. Cancel that.
Start. Success. Start.
Pretty close.
Success. Start.
Oh, it's the island sword.
You cannot escape. I'll be your guide to death.
Success. Start.
You guys do. Oh, you guys are really fast.
Success. Start.
No. Is it the one? It is. Oh, God. Dude, she just started out with that ability. I immediately get feared. What is this? think I need Fantasia. Will I even be able to use it if I'm already feared?
Start.
You can't use it while you're feared.
Failure.
You need to time stop it then? I mean, I probably could get them all for like the space ability, but I would like some wiggle room. Where do you find these now? Yeah, I think it would have to be this one. I don't want to beat this now.
Start. Failure.
Okay. Saving the space bar for when she screams. I don't even know how much damage I did to her. Probably not a lot.
Start.
Haunting Scarecrow. Haunting Scarecrow. God. The heck? He doesn't do it every time now. See if this works.
Start.
Dude, you can't move. Yeah, you can't.
Success.
Oh my god, killed her with the bomb. That was a bit different. It's kind of fun though. What's that thing even called? Shadow? Demonic impulse, a perfect expression. Demonic impulse.
Start.
Just goes through.
Success. Start. Success. Start. Start.
Dare you try to punish me? Behold the power of yours is my behold the power of nightmares. Your next nightmare will behold the power of nightmares. This nightmare will be eternal.
I have no idea. Just let me use my health pot.
You try to punish me. This nightmare.
No, dude. I kept trying to click time stop because I have no idea where the next one is. But I have no idea. I have something in time. I think I have Panacea and time stop or Sacred Charm.
Start.
This nightmare will be eternal. This nightmare will behold the power of nightmare. Is behold the power of this nightmare will be eternal now. Nightmare will be eternal. Kneel before your
I have no idea where the next one is.
This nightmare will be eternal. Behold the power of nightmares.
I'm starting to kind of see it. It's like clown.
This nightmare. Stand back. Stand back. Stand back.
Success.
I have no idea what we should be doing it down there.
Start.
Oh, dude, this is the one that gets away a lot.
Success.
Oh,
Success.
re-enter. Dude, in those couple of taps, I used 4,000 of these. Oh my god. Probably more. Holy crap. I think I can get something. No, I haven't done this yet. Where are even the unacquired ones? I don't think I've done this before. I did the storyline last time I played, like a couple months ago. I did the storyline a couple times. But I did like a couple of the dailies. I didn't really do much. I'm the only one here. Whoa. What are you supposed to do? Oh no, there's somebody else here. He's 1610. What is a paladin? I just don't think I'm going to be able to kill him. One to 40. When does it start? You see, he's probably going to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go back that way. Or he might go this way. But I'm going to try and get 7. See how it goes. Still one person. Man, this is a long ass minute. There's nobody else here, man. Like what? How do we get out? Oh, I still have to wait a minute. Oh, it's doing it again. I mean, I probably need like this. It would probably be nice to have something like that. And I don't even know. Shock. Is he still there? Did he leave yet? What is that? Metal? Let's see this. I don't think he's playing. Maybe I can win. Well, maybe he is playing. Wait, there's his name. Was his name Frozen Ketchup? He's gonna go for. It looks like he's going for my 9. Perfect. I can just meet him over here. I think I just kind of win if he's here. Forgot about that. I'm gonna go up to these two. No, he's gonna kill me. No, he killed me. I'm going to his side. Oh wait, you can mount up in here? That makes this so much faster. How was he able to mount up? Is it just outside of this? You can summon. You can chase me as much as you like, my man. Dude. Dude, how is he still alive? How is he like, dude, this guy is healing so much. It's insane. And how is he mounting? I don't get that. Like, this entire time I wasn't able to mount. Is it this? I'm just gonna uncap him so he has to come here. Yeah, my plan of getting those is not gonna work. Yeah, my man. I'm just dead, so dots. Yeah. Dude, there's nothing I can do in this. How is he mounting? Like, mine just disappeared after a while. Press this to return to base. Do I have a loadout? I don't think I do. Guess I just capture these. Where does this go? How do we get off this? Dude, I just can't hit him with anything. How is he mounting? How do you dismount that dog? What is this up here? What is this? Can only be used once. You can't use that. Right behind me. You can chase me all you want, my man. It's over here. I don't know what this does. Can you even get through this? I don't think so. ulted over, I guess. Unfortunate. The guy's got like 50 eye levels on me. And I have no idea how to set up the PvP skills in time. I think it's like Book of Coordination. That jump skill, because with Monk, when you do PvP, you're just freezing them the entire time. And you have it so that you can zip around with, instead of charging it, you zip twice. But it's really that free skill that you do a lot with. Yeah, just could not kill him. Even with like a fully charged thing, sometimes when I did hit him, it didn't always, like, it left him really close and then he would just do something to get away. What to do now? What's the button? I'll do 1 and 2. It's been a while since I've done that. Oh, but you have to do the thingy. Maybe you don't want to do it with them. Oh, I did want to see what it wants to now. I want to point like 04. Yeah. We saw the time. Maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna play some TFT. Like, I don't mind doing a Vaulton right now. I just don't want to. I've only done that gate 2 once, and I kind of don't want to try and do it again. At least not with randoms. Because I personally don't know how to do it that well myself. Let's see if they're doing anything. They at 12:51. Oh, so they already did this week. I guess I'll just try and get it. Yeah, I'll just try and deal with them some other time. Next week. What is RGM?
Hey Truck, I watch you live once a month and my sleep schedule is well and truly fucked, much love from Ireland. Blake, thank you for that. Appreciate you. Sorry your sleep schedule is so fucked. Happens, bro. Mine is a little off as of today. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I woke up tired and then I had a big nap in the middle of the day. And I think after this stream, it's gonna be hard for me to go to bed. I have to fucking nip this in the bud because this is how bad cycles start. I finally got some blackout curtains after you mentioned them, and my sleeping is much better. Thank you, Big A. Yes! Yes! I'm not fucking around about this. I believe in everything I talked about for sleep. If you do the big holy trinity, blackout curtains or eye mask or both, that's one. Just lack of light. Number 2, no phone in the bed. And number 3, try to have some sort of scheduled time. The fucking improvements in your life you will notice immediately. No phone in bed is crazy. I know it's crazy. It's tough. What I do sometimes, I'll be honest, I've had a pretty strict no phone rule for a good amount of time now, but like I'm not any less phone addicted. I'm a regular person. I'll fucking scroll YouTube shows or whatever. Sometimes I'll be laying in bed, I'll have my phone literally on the floor outside of the room, and then I'll get up, I'll go out, and I'll just stand outside the door of my bedroom and like scroll YouTube shorts or something. I won't put it in the bed. YouTube shorts actively dissolve my brain. I 100% agree. I do this whole thing in predictions about how the evidence is now overwhelmingly clear that this shit truly rots your brain. We all know it, right? It actually rots your brain. Constantly using short form content, it makes your brain so ready to disengage in the first 3 seconds of any activity. I noticed today that music feels so long now because of short form media. That's crazy. 3-minute song. I'm not making fun of you because you're telling the truth in that the length of songs has dropped dramatically since the rise of TikTok as the new radio. TikTok is like the #1 music discovery platform.
Give me some gold.
The length of songs is responding. Songs are way closer to 2 minutes than they ever have been, and they're getting closer than that. So watching a full movie with TikTok brains is challenging. Again, I don't think I have full TikTok brains, so maybe even more rotted Zoomers or God forbid Gen Alpha can tell me. But like the example that I would give is like occasionally you watch a movie and there's a slow part and you get the urge like check my phone, huh? And I can only imagine that your definition of slow part, if you're more brain rotted than me, is really high and like really low. I mean, the bar for slow part can be anything. But like if I'm watching a movie and there's a slow part, I feel like I'm like, oh, pop the phone out, you know? And I think I'm like, why am I doing that? I can just wait. Bro, I'm on the phone from the opening scenes. You're fucking rotted, bro. Straight up opening scenes. That is cooked. Bro, when the Paramount stars circle the mountain, it's too boring. I'm actively trying to do boring stuff that isn't actively engaging to improve my attention span. I think that's cool. I don't know, it's like a muscle. You can work it out. You can get better at it. The best thing I feel about is reading. I feel like reading is like the last thing holding me to the world, actually. I think being a streamer rots your brain. I believe that. I can just tell the difference between streaming and like working at NVIDIA. If I didn't read, I think that's the thing that tethers me to reality. I feel like I have to have my daily reading. Otherwise, like, I don't know. I feel like my brain would actually fucking rot out my ear. Ludwig says the majority of his time not streaming, he's watching streams. He's totally brain rotted. Ludwig is deeply brain rotted. I forget. I asked you guys recently about if you've watched 4 hours of YouTube shorts. I never finished that story. That's because Ludwig told me that's what he did. Ludwig was like, yeah, bro, I watched 4 hours straight of YouTube shorts. And I was like, bro, that's cooked. NL has the other perspective. I appreciate NL. What is his take? Does he agree or disagree? He says keeping new bits for stream makes his brain less rotted. Is he saying it in like an old person playing Sudoku way? I disagree with him. I just think I feel like being a streamer, like for example, you know, for some of his bits he has to read a lot of social media. But it's like, all right, that's a big part of it. It's like a lot of your time is either on stream making content where you're like constantly doing this, interacting with short form chat, or you're reading social media to get a little bit. Like, I think those things rot your brain. I think Northern Lion has a massive brain that is probably like genetically more rot proof than the average person. And he has like a normal regular life. So I think he's an exception. I think in general, streaming rots your brain. I think it's the general act of being plugged into the internet more than you probably would like. Like more than I was when I worked at NVIDIA, right? I just feel like I'm more online. I feel like it does slowly but surely rot my attention span a little bit. Also like the general sense of like, this is boring, let's do something else. You know what I'm saying? I used to be more comfortable in boredom before I became a streamer. That's what I'll say. And I don't think we have it that bad. Like I don't think this stream is like I show speed or something and I have to fucking stick a firecracker up my ass. Like, I don't think it's that crazy, but it's more than it used to be. So I noticed the difference. Boredom used to be a part of life, but now it's something people can't stand. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that is the ultimate, if I had to boil it down, that is my ultimate definition of brain rot, is like an inability to tolerate boredom. And now I think it's gotten to a point for the most extreme examples where they can't tolerate it even for a second. Being bored for an hour is different. I was like, oh my God, I can't fucking do that. I'm bored. But like, people can't tolerate it for now like microseconds. Like if you're micro bored, you have to go like, almost like it's like an IRL swipe. That's what brain rot is to me. Bro, I sat and stared at a wall for 2 hours yesterday and it helped me super focus. You're a psycho. Your plan to get your brain back on track is to fucking stare at a wall for 2 hours? Do you understand that looks from the outside? It looks like you've gone crazy. Perhaps there's a middle ground between getting locked in watching paint dry. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. You do what you got to do. I've told this story, but like, I do remember, this is back when I lived in SF. I was living alone. Ari was not there. I don't know. Maybe Ari was in Japan or on a trip or something, or gone for a long time, like over a month. And I was trying to like read a book a day, and we had an empty room, white room, just carpet, one lamp. And I would like lock myself in that room and not let myself leave until I read the book. I was on a real Sigma grind set. I remember, like, you know, I like to read, but like by the end of it, I was shaking. I was like literally like rocking back and forth. I couldn't focus on it. I was like, just like, you know, just generally uncomfortable. Like, because there's a limit, there's a line, you know, it's like too far. You see the wall, that's what I'm saying. The wall guy is where that reminds me of. It's like, I don't think you should do that. You do some crazy shit. I think one of the craziest shit I did that my coworkers called me out on, in the NVIDIA office, there's this big open plan kitchen with all these stations that have like a sandwich station and like a Indian station, and like, you know, they have chefs there and they're all free. It's crazy. I mean, NVIDIA treats workers right, bro. That's like insane. I would get a bowl, I would go to the salad station, and I would fill the bowl up to the brim, piling over the top with raw broccoli, raw cauliflower, like raw kidney beans. I would put no dressing on it. It would just be piled high with like vegetables. And then I would sit down with a fork and I would start crunching it. I'm not even a vegetarian, by the way. I'm not a vegetarian. I just get on these weird kicks sometimes. And I was like, if I just turn my brain off and eat this bowl every day, I'll be healthy. And I can do whatever I want. And that's what I would do. I would just fucking sit down and I would just eat that fucking whole bowl. It's really good for me, I think. And then like, you know, I'd get home and eat a pizza or something. It wasn't like I had a plan, bro. I was just like, I have no access to this stuff at home. Like, I'm never gonna go out to the fucking grocery shopping, get a huge variety of vegetables, you know, package it, put it all together, put it together. You know, I'm never gonna do that. So like, while I have this opportunity, why don't I just eat it all right here, and then I'm just grinding hell. My coworkers thought it was wild, bro. Because I'd sit down, like, we're all at the lunch table, we're eating together, shooting the shit, talking about things. Like, you know, Mike's next to me eating a sandwich, and I'm just like, on my fucking 28th broccoli spear, crunching through it. It takes a long time to eat that much with no dressing either. You just a lot of my socialization is tied to gaming with my friends while chatting on Discord, so I have to choose between brain rot or social isolation. See, the thing is, I don't think gaming is so brain rotty. I don't think playing games with friends is brain rot. What I think is brain rot specifically, I think what's different now post 2010 than pre 2010 is like push notifications, algorithmic infinite scrolling feeds, and recently post, you know, 2020 really, is like algorithmic short form content that you can just blitz your mind away, and training your brain on like a fucking crack addicted rat scale. Check out the second you're bored. That's what I'm talking about. Is the fucking cut and release the second you're bored. Like, you don't give anything a chance, because I think that's what it is. I think that's what brain rot is. Now, gaming is changing, right? Because it has loot box, it has dailies, it has gambling. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. Speaking of brain rot, I got this recommended to me. Thanks for fucking my algorithm up. Usually it's like fucking business content that I want to watch to learn a thing or two. No, I got this.
Hello, potion seller. I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potion. My potions would kill you, traveler. You cannot handle my potion. Potion seller, enough of these games. I'm going into battle, and I need your strongest potion.
This had another 1 million views.
My strongest potions will kill you, traveler. You're a rascal with no respect for knights. You can't handle my strongest potions.
Even the fucking trailer's too long. 2 minutes too long for you sounds like brain rot? No, it is not brain rot to not watch Potion Seller twice. Don't try to fucking reverse Uno card me. It is not brain rot to sit there and absorb fucking a guy saying potion seller back and forth for the fucking 100th time. That's not brain rot. That's a smart decision. That's brain iron. That's brain steel.
Let's dance.
I think she's, yeah, she's 2 hexes. This isn't good. Well, he has the Edge Knight, so this is kind of fine.
Wait, hold up. Are we getting paid for this?
Let's dance above the human snores.
Such bravado.
Burn all deceivers. Let's dance.
Relinquish your burdens.
Can I grab that a moment? I guess I could just try and activate Edgelord on him.
Show me who you are.
I was not expecting that.
It ends in silence.
Healed 5k. Oh my god.
The dance of blades.
Get him off my floor.
Armor. Rate up a little bit.
Let's dance.
Relinquish your burdens.
The dance of blades.
Let the screams begin.
Let's dance. Let's dance. The dance of blades.
Let the screams begin.
Wait, hold up. Are we getting paid for this?
Didn't hit. Okay. I'm really close though. No. They actually killed Yode. Don't know what I'm gonna use it for. I'm gonna find something. There's my Yone. Which one was he? One there. There's a 2-star though, and he's here. So it's both bottom people. Do they have Silver Veil or something? Oh, that's when they score a takedown.
Clap with me.
I think all of the Yonis are out of the pool, to be honest. It's like another 2-star. Yeah, it's like 1.5. It's like 4 of them are out, and then I have the rest. It's probably like 1's left in there, but it's gonna be like super close.
It ends in silence.
I think I want it out.
Get off my level.
I want him to stun more. I've never played Heartsteel 5. I just want to try it out.
Come at me.
Is this the guy that had some of the eyes? Be the 2-star. What? How? He was hitting this thing and nothing was happening. I don't get what happened there.
Wait, hold up. Are we getting paid for this?
think I can roll.
Wait, hold up. We getting paid for this. How about a serenade?
I think the guy that got out was the one that had the one Yone. I think it was him. Dude, it's out already? I think I need to change where I'm putting him, because that's kind of crazy. It's like there's this Vex one is like always rolling me. There he is.
Relinquish your burden.
Let's put this here. You do that. He didn't heal at all. What? That's... Okay. I think I want this. I want this.
No problem here. Man, get off my stage. Come at me. Out of the shadows into the spotlight.
It ends in silence.
Let's dance. Let's dance.
Oh, he could have casted. Maybe. Man, I don't think I go that far. I'm out in like a turn or two.
Hold up. We're getting paid for this.
The dance begins.
Let's give him a show.
No. Oh, man. I think you need more crowd divers. Another Xbox video?
There are people that are unhappy about what I said about Xbox. More drama? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Let me
And
just
that
quickly,
right there is the problem. Sorry,
let me just
I don't
quickly respond to Mark in the chat.
Make sure I
PC
get
gamers have got a weirdly skewed version and seem to think, and Asmongold was the same,
No, here we
seem to
go.
think that if there is no exclusive, that's great because like everyone gets to play more games and that's where the thought process ends. That's a stupid thought process. Like Asmongold.
Yeah, no.
As
That is
Gold's
a bullshit thought
yeah,
process. I'm going to say that as a PC gamer, I do not own an Xbox. In fact, I do not own any consoles anymore. When I got the
I wonder
PC
why. Look at his profile picture.
6 or 8 months ago, the consoles were sold and the funds were put towards a PC. And I do not hold the view that I want no exclusives because I'm going to get them all on PC. That's selfish. That's not looking at the bigger picture.
It is selfish, of course. That's why I want. Like, I don't care if somebody
Why
wants to buy a
wouldn't you
Nintendo and not be able to play certain games. Like, that's not my problem. Fuck.
I had to
Go
get a
with it from
Switch just to
competition
play some
standpoint. What do you
teams.
think?
Awful.
Okay, we all know, and it's fairly well agreed, that Sony, PlayStation, and Nintendo, they're not very kind to their fans. They don't give a flying fuck about what you think, pardon the French. And they will gouge you, they will double dip on you, triple dip on you, and
So the argument that they're doing that, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you're saying they're already doing it and Xbox is in the market now, it sure seems like Xbox isn't doing a good job counterbalancing it.
they're just not very consumer friendly.
Yeah, I don't know.
If Xbox heads down the path that we're all sort of assuming and what's rumored to be, and the Xbox console becomes more or less irrelevant, and it becomes
More irrelevant.
less popular than what it already is, and it leaves the hardware market, what do you think PlayStation and Nintendo are going to do with their systems? They're going to jack the prices up, their games are going to go up, Xbox...
That's going to happen no matter what. Like, every different time that a new set of consoles comes out, it's more expensive than the last console because of inflation. That's just the way it is. Like, that's nothing to do with Xbox. Like, are they going to make the consoles that much more expensive? I don't know. Probably not.
But it's keeping those two relatively
Dude, that
honest.
shit used to be
Yeah, but
$100
Xbox is keeping them honest.
in like 2012.
But I thought we just got done talking about that they're dishonest. I don't think so. I don't think that they are at all. Like, he's right that competition is important, but that's clearly not what's happening here.
Xbox console goes away, we're going to get dragged over the coals.
That was my point.
You can't
And
be selfish as a PC player. You can't.
That was my point. And that's
Absolutely can be. I don't give a fuck about this console shit. Who fucking cares? I don't give a fuck. Like, what do you mean? And also, like, you can't be selfish about this PC stuff. Couldn't this guy make this exact same argument for why, like, for example, you can only play Halo on an Xbox? So even Microsoft disagrees with him. Like, this isn't even, like, this is literally, this is their plan. Their plan is they want PC people to be selfish.
sort of what I was
Consoles
getting
are
at,
awesome,
what people were saying. First of all, let me dispel that rumor. I wasn't crying in my fucking car. This is how I look in the morning when I wake up. But he was sort of leading into his people got apart that like exclusives
My people
should be a thing and they should be everywhere. 100% agree.
I'm great. This is great to hear that they see my perspective. Wow. Wow.
It's bad for consumers, but they are, like we said this 8 times. There's only one way they're good for our consumers. They consume less resources of the developers making them. That's the single.
True. That's true. If you're developing a game for one console, it will probably take less time. No, that's true.
Way that they're good for consumers because it means you get more games quickly or you get a better quality game.
Okay, so exclusives are bad for consumers. So, okay, yeah, exactly.
And that. But moving that aside, in every other way, they are bad for consumers. And I believe, yes, gaming should be everywhere.
Wait, so besides them being bad for consumers, wait a second. So what's the logic here? So besides them being bad for consumers in every way, if you disregard that, they're also good for consumers in every way. Wait a second, what?
Developers making them. That's the single way that they're good for consumers because it means you get more games quickly or you get a better quality game. So I can understand that. But moving that aside, in every other way, they are bad for consumers. And I believe, yes, gaming should be everywhere. But it's a necessary evil. And what Asmongold just did.
Why?
not taking into account is that if there's no exclusives on Xbox and all the games from Xbox are on PlayStation, there is no reason to own an Xbox. You follow that thought to its logical conclusion, and eventually what happens is Xbox dies. Maybe not this generation, maybe not next generation.
I already think that because I have a computer.
That's what's going
Third-party support would stop for the Xbox because player numbers would dwindle, and then you would not only would you not.
No. So, like, what are we talking about third-party support? You mean like the customer service? What are you talking about third-party support? Because like the developers provide that. Third-party games, okay. Third-party controllers? Oh, won't somebody think of Mad Cats? Oh God.
Not have exclusives, so you can use them in list wars or whatever, but you would also end up with third-party games being developed on other platforms and not coming to Xbox. That already happens. We already see that. We've already seen that through the Xbox One generation and a little bit in this generation. So
who cares?
When you say Asmongold clown me, no, Asmongold's just a fucking moron who sits in a pile of filth, like in my opinion, and is completely out of touch, and he should stick to his MMOs. That's just my opinion. I know that other people disagree with that. That's fine.
He can get mad all he wants. You can get mad all you want about this. You can insult me or whatever. This isn't going to make me mad. It's not going to upset me. I'm a 33-year-old man. You really think I'm going to give a shit about, like, if somebody says something like this? Who cares? But I do have to say that the way he said it, it did make it sound like he was getting it off his chest. It feels like he's had that pen up for a couple of days, and he's feeling really good he got that out there. You know, he thought that up ahead of time, what he was going to say. He sounds so pissed. He does. And listen, like, if he wants to get mad at that, that's totally fine. But you can't go and say that my argument is wrong after saying that exclusives have no benefit for customers other than some sense of benefit based on a hypothetical that has been proven to not be true. Sony is already fucking the people. Nintendo is already fucking the people. Games are already not being made for Xbox. Why does Xbox need to exist? To keep Sony in check. But the foundation of the argument is that Sony is bad. So if Sony is bad, taking advantage of people, then Xbox isn't keeping them in check in the first place. I agree that competition is good, but clearly Sony doesn't view Xbox as competition. And fuck, why would they whenever they're outselling them 3-1?
Well,
I think it was like 69. It was like 80 to like 7.9.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would listen to that, to be honest. Like, anyway, but that's enough of
You get mad all you want. Get mad all you want. I'm still right. That's it. If you want to go and have your support group podcast about how dirty my room is, then you can do that. But the truth is that I can clean up my room and you'll still be a moron. That's the difference. People don't understand that. It'll take me like probably 3 or 4 hours to clean up my room, and I'll still be right. This is not. I could pay somebody to do it. I wouldn't even have to do anything.
I like
completely
that.
different. Tom Warren.
I like Asmund. Do I think his opinion was wrong? Yes, but
Yeah. So coming back to what we're talking about with do I think that Starfield was ever coming? No, I think that these are conversations that are being had. I really think that that's what's going on. I think that they're having these conversations. I think that they might have got to a point after this acquisition where they put everything on the table and started talking about direction and vision.
Yeah, it's like none of these guys even bring up the fact that, like, you really think it's some big coincidence that Xbox is talking about doing this after the FTC just narrowly approved an acquisition of another massive company? I think that Xbox is making these games third party also to remove the accusations of them being a monopoly so they can further expand their brand in the future. That's the smart thing for them to do because they've already won the hardware war. Do you know how they've won it? Well, number one, consoles are loss leaders to begin with, so they're not making any money with the consoles. And number two, every time you have a PC, you're probably buying Windows. They're still getting you. And also, I guarantee you, a code of Windows, even if you're paying it for $15, or free, a lot of people buy the cards at Best Buy. People do. And that is guaranteed more money that they're making for a profit percentage than whenever they sell a hardware box with an Xbox. Like, that's just a fact. Like, what is this? Microsoft runs your PC? Yeah, they run your entire PC buying Windows, sure. There's tons of normies that buy Windows. What do you mean? You really think you're an elite hacker because you downloaded Windows illegally? Come on. There's tons of people that have a legitimate, like, thing for Windows. And also people that buy it from, like, a, what do you call it? They buy it from like another studio, or sorry, like they buy it as a student, they buy it through their studio, something like that. I mean, come on, they buy it through the corporation. Yeah, I mean, come on, what is this? And so these guys can get mad at me about this all they want, but the truth is that it's not my fault that Xbox made a bunch of games that are their flagship games. Did I say flagship? I probably should have. You've got Redfall, you've got Halo Infinite, you've got Starfield, Fable looks like a fucking joke. There's probably one more. I'm missing one. What's Forza Motorsport? I don't know. I don't really play that one. Yeah, that's basically it. And so every single game that you bring out that's supposed to be a next-gen game, Gears of Dead, yeah, exactly. And Forza's great. Well, good for them. Forza's the exception. Yeah, I really don't know enough about it, so yeah, I can take that out. That's fine. All of these other games are garbage. And the truth is that PlayStation is completely outperforming them. Like, Final Fantasy 16 is way better. The Last of Us probably Part 2 is probably still better than Redfall. Demon's Souls was probably better than a lot of the launch titles on Xbox. I mean, come on. It's God of War. Yeah, it's not even on the same level. Like, Sony has already won. And it's not even close. Spider-Man 2, yeah. What the fuck? Like, it's not even a question. I think that Xbox players, they should buy more Xboxes because it seems to me like they're probably pretty soon, it's going to be a limited edition item. They're going to go out of manufacturing. It's very clear that Xbox has lost the console war and they should move towards a publishing role instead. Come on. But no, and again, I'm not getting elaborate if there's anybody talking about this. No, that's pretty much about it. You guys know that Asmongold hates Xbox, right? When Starfield released, he made like 50 videos bashing the game for weeks. He's also a quote man that barely looks over his own house. Oh yeah, and if you want to get mad about me saying that stuff and all that, you can do that. And here's the truth, is that if people talk about me like this, it doesn't bother me. Whenever I walk down the street and a dog barks at me, I don't think to myself, what did I do wrong? Because it's a stupid dog. You can't blame it for barking at you, it's just a fucking dog. And people like this I generally view the same. I don't take it personally. I don't take offense to this. This is just the way it is. Dude, what are you guys doing? It's 3 in the, go to bed. Watermelon chicken? This is just probably some racist name. Who the fuck names himself watermelon chicken? Come on. Let's see. Well, I'm reading this guy's logs. This is so funny. So I'll read a few of them here. Cry more Xbox. You fucking retards, what are you guys doing? What's wrong with you guys? Oh my god. Oh god. Here's the best part about it. This guy is just going apeshit, right? I remember timing. I think I timed this guy out myself, didn't I? No, it was another annoying spammer. So here's what's so funny about it is like everything he does is like all fucking just like talking shit and you know like just being fucking annoying, everything like that. And then there's this one message I read.
I like it here.
You watch Log Horizon? Awesome, man. One of my favorite animes. Then he goes right back to it. Oh my god.
Wait, what
oh
is
my
he
fucking
typing?
god.
We're gonna go back a little bit.
Oh my fucking god. You watch Log Horizon? Awesome, man. One of my favorite animes. Then he goes right back to it. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. So fucking stupid. Great argument, guys. This is the guy who's arguing. This is so stupid. It's so stupid. How could that? God. Alright, I'll watch this real quick, okay?
As much as I may go home, use my Xbox, and basically be satisfied,
Dude, I haven't
it
turned my
is
Xbox on
a
in,
rather
like,
dark
4
time
years.
to be an Xbox fan,
Well, I turned
if
it on
you
the other day
believe the
just to update it.
lamentations of Xbox's influencer base, who are deeply furious at the potential plans for exclusivity. There are cries of betrayal, of abandonment, and more flying around the internet. A lot of people thinking, Phil, you said you would be dispensing games to us. Where are the games? And it's being heard by quite a large audience. But is this merely the culmination of a years-long plan that Xbox laid a while back, where they have set themselves up to fail and to be rather trite, that they are now reaping what they had sown? And speaking of that, well, I've got a seed you should sow, today's sponsor. There ain't a sponsor, but you can still help us. Hitting the subscribe button essentially gives the algorithm a happy signal. It would really help me out if you subscribe to the channel. Most of our viewers actually aren't subscribed. It's just part of how YouTube works these days. But that gives the algorithm a happy signal, and that means it'll spread our content to more people, and that really helps. Same with the like button. Those things actually do make a dent. They're a great zero-cost way to support the show. It'll take 3 seconds, maybe 5. My end of the bargain, of course, is I will bring my A-game to the show, and I'll also bring my A-game to supporting the team behind the show as best I can, so we can bring you the best news, the best research. It's our mission. Thank you for your support. This really is quite the story. Now, your TLDR, just so you're caught up, is that there are rumors swirling around that Xbox is essentially considering letting go of a lot of their exclusivity plans, doing things like putting major games over in PlayStation, because, hey, Starfield will sell copies in PlayStation, and as much as Sony will be happy enough to take 30% of that, Xbox, will want that 70% because, overall, well, they're trying to make money out of gaming, not just out of consoles. This is, of course, amidst a backdrop of Xbox console sales being weak. The statistic that really shocked me personally is that in the year 2023, the Xbox Series S and Series X, in fact, underperformed the trend of the Xbox One. Now, of course, the Xbox One was a rumbly era. You had to buy it with a Kinect at the start. It had this entire ambition, as laid out, of course, by Don Matrick, a bit of a gaming villain, or at least notable figure. Well, it would actually be taking over your whole home console, your whole everything. You'd be watching TV on it. That is how bad the launch of the Xbox One is. Even with all those problems, the Xbox One did have one thing going for it, and that is the Xbox 360 was damn successful. Problem is, though, the Xbox One struggled. Its follow-up has also struggled. So all of those things are rather grim for Microsoft. Their whole point had been to absolutely hammer home that they were Xbox, not just a console, but Xbox, a platform everywhere, on your phone, on cloud, on PC. And in fairness, they made moves towards that. Instead of doing a Fire Stick-like device, now you can just get Xbox streaming pre-installed on your TV. We got a new TV recently, and it has Xbox streaming stuff built in. But even with all of that, they're clearly losing. Something that makes us think of Sega and the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast actually had some really, really cool games, but ultimately what happened is Sega, with hardware dwindling, they moved into being a software company. That might seem odd for Xbox, but remember, they are part of Microsoft who do specialize in software. So the idea then that the exclusivity could be going away, that's actually led to some people thinking, oh my god, will there even be an Xbox next time? What's going to happen? The reason why this has led to some very, I would say hilarious scenes online, well, fandom, and a specific strategy that Microsoft really have been driving home since the Xbox One launch. They have been going directly towards the creation of fandom, one built around their brand, and of course designed to get people to pledge their loyalty to that brand, not just to simply use that brand's product. The idea that you don't play Xbox, you love Xbox, that you Dear gamer, bleed green. As an example, take a quick look at the language in this post that they did. Over 92 million views. Fans made this the most watched Xbox show ever. And look, to you and me, this is just a brand talking the way that a brand does. But to a lot of people who bought into Starfield thinking that it would be the next Skyrim, who maybe look at some of those PlayStation games and think, oh, that's a real shame that I don't get to play that game. But hey, the good times are coming. Phil is about to dispense, and the amazing games will be there. And of course, there has been disappointment after disappointment, underperformance after underperformance. And while some of this language that is constantly used so much in Xbox communication may, to you or me, just be marketing stuff, to them, well, actually, that's kind of something that they believe. And there's many reasons for that. One of them is just the idea of, hey, video games, great, I love them. I love these ones. I love how they're doing it. Because look at so much of Microsoft's speech. It's been about access to games. More access in more places. It's all really sounded quite good. Even if you were to look at their social media platforms, you see Xbox are way more banterous. Even just going through their replies, they have a tone, and I think it's a really, really successful one. The problem, of course, is what happens if you do all that marketing and you create that relationship, but then the people feel rather betrayed. This is where I'm going to go to a very scathing bit of James Wood's write-up from the recent layoffs from Xbox. He says this: "It's the ideation endgame of the console wars, a term I felt physical pain just typing. Us and them, blue and green, no one seems to mind what the red does. The Xbox community and the rest. This divide is one of the oldest tricks in the playbook, but Xbox has infused it with contemporary internet language and cozy vibes. How do you do, fellow children? In a kitten sweater and RGB headset, it ceaselessly pumps out gimmick hardware ranging from controllers to mini fridges to toasters. I mean, hey, if you want to give me the Xbox fridge or the Xbox toaster, I will accept it. Anyway, James goes on to say, it uses free marketing arms like the Xbox MVPs to push them, reassuring everyone involved that not only is Xbox in the joke, but so are you. Its social media presence is awash with cutesy community affirmations and gamer-first hashtags. Absolutely scathing. Of course, the context here is this is an article he's writing after layoffs happened. That does ring true. It certainly rings true to me looking at what that brand pumps out. And in fairness, I think that Xbox, they've essentially ran into a problem where they don't have that much hard power. Now, in terms of actual developer staff, they have amazing development talent, yes. But as compared to Sony, well, Sony has had the bangers. Xbox has, not had the bangers. And that's what takes me to the thing that I think Xbox have done really well up to now, and that is soft power. Now, there's a difference between soft power and hard power. A really good example of hard power is, hey, here's a load of tanks and dudes with guns. An example of soft power is, look at that, everyone loves, The King and Doctor Who, right? British cultural things. That's the kind of idea of soft power. It's that like stuff in the mind and the culture, and that's what Xbox has, I think, done so well. In a world where their console sales have been as bad as they have been, they've somehow done a very good job of staying relevant and actually having a direct consumer relationship. Their marketing team has absolutely done brilliant work. The problem is their business strategy has not been able to deliver on the relationship that their marketing team has so successfully created, and that's what brings us to the betrayal. This is quite something. So I first noticed it with this from Daniel Amma. We seriously need to address how people become extremely parasocial towards brand celebrities and influencers. He is absolutely correct. We can talk about Twitch drama, we can talk about YouTube drama. Let's not. But here's just a post from somebody on Reset Era saying this is going to sound stupid, but does anyone else feel like they're getting broken up with? That's just like what one person said, in a comment. But then what kept on happening is, well, 67,000 people tuned in to listen to one of the Xbox superfans, Tim Dog, go through the rumors and claims in a 7-hour-long Twitter space that was entitled "I'm not an Xbox fanboy anymore." Yep, 66.6k tuned in February 5th. Going over to Reset Era. Now this is interesting because Clover is something that's how they their handles count. I'm not sure. Anyway, they were recently shouted out by Phil Spencer himself on the Xbox podcast, but they announced that they'll be leaving the platform and eventually retiring their platform. And this seems to be par for the course. There's another Xbox superfan, Peter Ovo, who posted this, and to a whole bunch of us, like from the outside, this looks like some sort of, I don't know, like that game We Happy Few, where it's like there's some parallel reality going on and we're not like in on it. Xbox has lost Tim Dog. Xbox might lose Clobril. Risket is unhappy. So many have messaged saying they're leaving Xbox consoles. This is a nightmare. Now again, is this what I feel to be a rational way to just react to a brand? I would say no, but it can be understood because think about how Xbox manage their community, manage their Twitter, all of those things. And I'm not saying that's an overtly evil plan. I'm saying that is a very sound soft power strategy that was very well executed by very talented, well put together people who work at Xbox, and they did their job really well. And when they are just having banter running the company accounts, I'm sure that is genuine from those real people. And that does mean that even though this is all in service of a brand, it is fundamentally powered by people having a bit of a connection with each other. And that's how you end up with a situation like this. Now, as for our take in the entire situation, I and we, as a team, we think that Xbox are essentially taking a very realistic look at where they are with the console competition. I think they realize that with their new plan, they just can't win. I mean, you buy Bethesda, you get Starfield, you're thinking, okay, great, this will be the next Skyrim, the next Fallout, we're going. We are bussing, firing, as they say. And what happens? Well, Starfield does sell super well. I think it's like the 11th overall this year, if memory serves, from 2023 sales. But it probably could be more than 11. It would have been more if it was out on PlayStation. It would have been more if it was a better game. But I think the bit that will really sting is that with Starfield as a console-exclusive system seller and Game Pass platform seller, they still had very weak hardware sales in spite of deep discounts and all of these things that should be going in their favor. That is the bit that is just really rough. Because even when you have a big new Bethesda RPG, well, turns out you've got Tears of the Kingdom, Mario, and stuff like that, and the Nintendo Switch is still absolutely insane with its sales. So ultimately, this is a business move. Look, Sega, they went away from consoles, and that maybe means there's a humongous pie they don't have right now. But what do? They sell video games. And they may not always have the best time doing that, but certainly looking at Xbox, looking at all the studios that they own, we can all see that they could easily have a pretty damn good time just selling video games. That said, they have got strengths as an organization in artificial intelligence, in cloud computing, so they want to leverage those things to defeat Sony. Because Microsoft is essentially saying, okay, well, the next 10 years, the next 20 years will be defined by AI and cloud. So you know what, Sony? Fine. Have your consoles. We'll make money in those. And while that's happening, what are we going to do? We're going to be there in cloud, and we're going to try to, spread their tendrils into the future, while Sony is happy making, a lot of success right now. And of course, this change in plan means that people who are bought into the old plan feel pretty damn bad. And ultimately, that's just how it works with fans. We've all forgotten, like fandom. Fan. What is fan short for? It is short for fanatic. And that is a very extreme statement, but sometimes it is actually apt. What happens is fans acquire capital by showing that they have bought into that fandom. Things like buying merch, having all seasons of a show on physical media. The more of that kind of fandom capital you have, the bigger the fan you are. The more you're actually bought into that whole ecosystem. There is another angle to it though, and that is so there's buying sort of that fandom capital. Another side is creating fandom capital. When I say capital, I just mean you're sort of like resources, your kind of clout, etc. within a given community. Fan art, fan scripts, fan music, all of those things. Those get a lot of buy-in with fellow fans. They end up being our super fans, such as the ones we talked about a little bit earlier. And ultimately for Xbox, this is how they are now reaping what they sowed, but very much it's not the harvest that they hoped it would be. They hoped that this would be a very strong harvest where these super fans would be leading the charge on how damn amazing Starfield was, how you need to get an Xbox to play it, or at least, stuff on PC. That's not happened. And instead, their vanguard has flinched. Their vanguard is no longer charging into the fray. And that's going to mean, sort of, socially, that the people who should be rallied and inspired by those super fans are now going to have their confidence shaken. It's a fascinating situation. It's a cautionary tale. It didn't have the level of polish. It wasn't as, I know Apple's challenges, but it's not competing with an Uncharted or a Last of Us or Spider-Man. It's just not competing with those. Redfall, another example. You know, you sort of say, hey, we're doing a big, exclusive game, and the problem is exclusive is something that's been redefined. It either means a Nintendo game or it means a big Sony game, and your big Sony game in some cases is barely even AAA. It is more than that when you think about the money, $320 million into the latest Spider-Man game, and that's basically the thing. Sony defined the battlefield, and Microsoft tried to answer them in that. It just came up short. So it's a rough situation. It really sucks for the people who got like deeply invested in this whole platforming ecosystem. I will say that personally, I use my Xbox more than my PlayStation. Some of that's just because of where it is, but I use it plenty. I use Game Pass. I've been subscribed to Game Pass for a very long time, and I'm very happy with my subscription. I'm happy with my console, and as much as I get angry having to put AA batteries into the Xbox controllers, well, I suppose at least it's not the very rapidly diminishing battery life of the PlayStation controllers. I'm not a fan of either brand. They're just brands who have software and hardware. What do you think's going to happen in the future? Let me know. That's it for today's video, though. If you want to support the show, check out today's sponsor. Other than that, you can check out what we published yesterday, and of course, we will be back tomorrow. Another video. Thanks. I'll see you there.
I've got a good feeling about this.
How should I proceed?
Let's do it. Okay. Let's do it.
I like it here. I just might stay.
Slow down. Oh,
Not much. Doing this the case is going. I think it'll help a lot.
I like it here. I just might stay. My turn.
So just go for whatever Guardian comes up.
Battle is a dance. Fortunate find their partner.
Emo Karthus is kind of crazy. If he gets emo and like, I don't know, Rabadons or like, you know, Jeweled Gauntlet, this shit's over. For like all of my units. He's a sad boy. That is funny. Why am I facing him again? What? Oh, I'm not. I need to stay alive.
Okay.
The biggest Runon's hurricane you'll ever see.
Easy on the eyes. Don't I know it?
Yeah, Kai'Sa's just a better unit, I guess. I don't really know what else to like. I get this guy sometimes, and if like he can scale a lot, like 2 Death Blades, a Rage Blade, but you give her 3 items, she's always like, especially with blue buff. I think it might just be blue buff that makes her crazy. The guy just had a lot of MR. Let's try it. He's a 2 hex unit, so maybe. Even if I get E3 stars, it's not going to do anything. Are you kidding me?
Everything or nothing.
How much did he do? He did 962. Not the greatest, but don't have anywhere else to put it. This board just isn't going that well.
How about a serenade?
He stays alive the longest, so I guess I'm just gonna put it on him. Then I guess I can just throw another big shot in there.
I know what I'm doing.
Shitty part is I need his arrows.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Where's my misfortune? Yo. What? I just don't think Guardian's that good.
I've got a good feeling about this.
I think I'm just kind of out. Hoping I'd make it to the next one to see what the crab becomes. I don't think she even got to cast. She like did a couple of autos and then just kind of poof. Yeah, it's over for me. What level is this guy? I'm trying to find out. He's 9. Oh god. Dude, why does everything just hits him up? What is this? I saw
Funimation shut down,
but I thought it's
which means
just their
the
service.
loss of a lot of anime that we all love. But the question is, are they merging with Crunchyroll or not? How big of a change will it be? Let's see.
Well, 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 if it isn't another sad reminder that you don't own anything in the modern age, and you just gotta put that in your pipe and smoke it with it.
That's why we still have NFTs. That way we can make a physical owning aspect to internet items, right? That's why NFTs are good, guys. That's why blockchains are good. What do you mean?
Smile on your face and say, thanks, Corpo. May I have some more? I know I just made a video on this topic a couple weeks ago after Ubisoft publicly came out with their own dick in their mouth saying gamers need to come to terms about actually owning the game they're paying for, or something to that effect.
I will say, I miss the days where you go into a store and you buy the copy and then you go home. The midnight releases were so good, man. The midnight release of getting a new Xbox 360 or a GameCube, man, there was nothing like it. It just don't hit the same anymore, man. Because now there's a bunch of these digital ass games, millions of them, and there's still nothing to play.
Basically just saying, when you purchase a digital game, you don't really own it. We all know that. It's not some like tight-lipped secret. When you purchase a digital copy of something, you don't really own anything. You're just granted permission to access it because you paid the admission fee. But it can be taken away from you at any time for any reason. If your account gets banned, or if the service shuts down, or if the license deal expires.
You know, the more and more I listen to this, the more and more I want to pivot my stance on how much you should pay for a video game. Although then again, it's kind of the same for a movie. Like a movie, you pay $13 for about 2 hours of fun, maybe even $18 for 2 hours of fun. But like, they're not really selling you anything besides the cost of labor that it took to make it. You're not getting anything. You're just buying something that can be redistributed an infinite amount of times for $60 to $70. And then there's pirates, and then you get it for $0.
And leave, and you just lose access to it. Even though you paid for it, you don't really own anything besides just like their word that you can use it. And that can be taken away at any time. And today we just saw a really massive case of a ton of people losing things they paid a ton of money for because of the closure of a service known as Funimation. This is probably something that's near and dear to the hearts of many of you watching. Funimation has been a staple in anime for quite some time. And in 2021, Funimation and Crunchyroll performed a fusion dance. They merged together, and then
there it is. All roads lead back to Crunchyroll. And the worst thing is, Crunchyroll is an application that is outdated, underperforms, and is overpriced. Crunchyroll is one of the worst apps I've ever used for any streaming service ever, and it'll never get better because it's monopolizing everything. And the one original anime to come from Crunchyroll, imagine this, sucked balls. It is truly a shame that another company gets absorbed by the tyrant that is Crunchyroll when every single episode I watch stalls over and over and over again. And you know what the worst thing is, guys? If you think it's overpriced now, just wait till later. They'll charge more because there's no competition.
Today it was announced that Funimation is officially shutting down. They're closing the doors and they're letting it sail off into the sunset. Except the name of the boat that it's sailing off in is the Titanic, and it's currently hitting the iceberg and causing a massive problem. Because with Funimation closing, Crunchyroll has announced that a lot of the digital goods that many users purchased over the years, such as like Blu-ray, special features, and a myriad of other things, will no longer be accessible because Crunchyroll does not support it. So things people...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, people wonder why people pirate shit. It's because it's either we, you, or you, us. And I'll be real. Which one do you think I'm gonna choose? I don't feel bad for a billionaire company, but I just don't. I'm gonna you before you could me.
People paid a lot of money for are just gone.
That's insane.
Once this shuts down on
Actually
8%.
insane.
So you're just going to lose access to it forever because you never owned it in the first place. You'll own nothing and be happy. That's the way things are trending. And between that and AI girlfriends popping off, the future's looking weird.
Nah, bro, AI girlfriend gonna be lit though. That shit'll be lit. Like, dude, imagine AI blowjob. You know what I'm saying? Like their tongue can adapt to your senses. Like they can feel it. I'm telling you, man, AI girlfriend, AI blowjob. I will never talk to another woman ever again. Okay, and men around the world should be thankful that I'm doing that. Okay, they should be thankful to know that I am no longer competition. I would f*** an anime girl 1,000,000 times over before I have a real woman, bro. Okay, where the f*** is Nami from One Piece? Where the f*** is Robin? Come on, man.
And just when you thought it couldn't get worse for this announcement here, just when you thought it might be safe to sleep on your stomach tonight, Crunchyroll swoops in and violates your butt while you slumber by announcing that it's going to be increasing its subscription price substantially to $100 per year starting on January 28th of 2025. So now you're going to be paying more.
They doubled it and gave it to the next person from 54 to 100 for what, bro? Your servers.
Subscription might be safe to sleep on your stomach tonight. Crunchyroll swoops in and violates your butt while you slumber by announcing that it's going to be increasing its subscription price substantially to $100 per year starting on January 28th of 2025. So now you're going to be paying more.
They doubled it and gave it to the next person from 54 to 100 for what, bro? Your servers suck. Your server sucks. Your save state sucks. The UI sucks. Hey, boys, it's time to set sail.
For the pleasure of losing things you had previously paid for. That's nefarious. That's down.
And, dude, and then you're locked at 1080p. You can't even 4K on Crunchyroll. Have you watched Demon Slayer on Crunchyroll than watched Demon Slayer on Netflix? Dude, 1080p is just not good enough anymore, man.
Right, diabolical. This practice is becoming more common in the cold, with companies taking away access to things that you had paid for, because when it comes to digital goods like this, you don't really own shit.
Oh
These
my
companies
God.
have proven that they are not shy about taking it away. So naturally, that leaves people with three options. The first one, which I think is the worst one.
Buy it, bend over and get like the dog you are.
Be a mindless consumer who just buy product, get excited for new products, and that's it. You don't care. Yes, you paid for all these digital items, but you knew what you were getting into, so they took it away. Wah, 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 call the ambulance, get a side of french fries, you know, rush it and be done with it. You don't care that much, and you'll continue to just accept the shit they feed you. That is very much an option.
It is.
Keep subscribing to every streaming service under the sun that keeps popping up, like Hydra, because there's a million of them now.
It's by design too, man. What do we got? Disney Plus? Bro, be real. There are animes when they're announced on separate streaming services. I'm just like, okay, I'm just not watching it then. I am pirating it or I'm not watching it. I am not signing up for another streaming service. It is ludicrous.
The second option, you start buying physical media. Because if you actually own something tangible, the only way they take it back is if they physically take it from you. Like taking a toy from a toddler. So even though Funimation shuts down here, if you bought the physical Blu-ray for Attack on Titan or
yeah, but the Blu-rays are overpriced.
Something instead of buying the special features and everything through Funimation, you would still have it here and could still enjoy it because you legitimately own something. And then the third option, which I think is going to become the most popular option, if it's not already, piracy.
Yeah, there it is. Yep, I'm always been a fan of One Piece.
You set out on the seas yourself, the 7 seas, and you say, well, enough of this swashbuckling, it's time to show you scallywags what it's really about, and you start pirating all of your content. And there's a lot of benefits to that.
Now, I will say, the only thing that sucks about pirating is that you can't do it on TVs too well. It takes too much time. On PC, on mobile, it's fine. But on TVs, you just press the app button and watch the show. But dude, navigating the streaming safari on TVs is just such a pain.
1, it's free. 2, it's more convenient now than actually subscribing to the streaming services because everything's so splintered and shot off into all kinds of different places. I talked about this in the last video I made, but the best example is the one Donkey gave about
They made a screen share.
all of Pokemon. You try and watch the entire Pokemon series, you have to go through like 15 different streaming services.
Insane. Because that's the entire reason I didn't watch Heavenly Delusion. Because I believe it was on like Disney Plus, and I was like, okay, nah, I'm good, pass.
Netflix has like 1 through 5, then Booble.org or something has season 6, and then Roku's got season 7, and you gotta go back to Netflix for season 8, and you just like this giant scavenger hunt. It's really inconvenient and it's very expensive. It would be cheaper if you bought the physical media in that case, and it's also even cheaper if you just pirated it, which a lot of people are choosing to do. It's not something I'm advocating for, I'm just talking about the reality of the situation that we're in now where...
Yeah, legally I'm not advocating for it, guys, but pirating is a really good option. Not that I'm saying that you should do it, but I'm not advocating for it, I'm saying like, it's an option.
It's extremely convoluted and difficult, just a massive headache to legitimately try and buy like the things you want now when it comes to streaming, because licensing agreements expire and things.
I mean, here's what I think you should do. Just own a copy of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, own a copy of Vinland Saga, buy the manga copy of Berserk, right? And then just download all of One Piece. You won't need any more anime. Just watch those ones. You don't really need anything else, right? And then you're done. I mean, then they can't beat you anymore. What else are you gonna watch that's gonna be better? Nothing.
Go different places, you have to keep like calling it around, you want access to it still, and it's a nuisance. It's significantly more convenient just to pirate it now for most people. In the words of Gabe Newell, piracy is a customer service issue, or something to that effect. That's his quote, and he's right.
I agree.
Right now, the offer is bad. You get an incomplete product sometimes when episodes are taken off, like in SpongeBob's case, where 2 episodes were censored, so you don't even get the full product that you want. And in this case that we're seeing now, you can just lose access to it at any time because you don't own it. You don't actually own anything at all. So when the service closes, in this case Funimation, it's just wiped. It is scrubbed from existence, and the things you paid for cease to exist because they weren't really yours in the first place. Except for some of the things they mentioned that will transfer over to...
Why wouldn't they just let people download it? That's what I don't get. Like, if you bought it, you may now download. I don't get why they wouldn't have done that for their customers. I truly don't understand.
Crunchyroll, but it's not everything, and there's a big chunk of people that purchased a lot more that will no longer make it over. And I just think that's unacceptable. If you buy something, it should be yours. And again, I'm not trying to sit here and promote piracy by any means. I'm just laying out the brass tacks here. You know, you can handle the truth, stay out of the kitchen.
How do I tell people what to do without making myself legally liable for anything I say?
That's definitely not how the expression goes. But you know what I'm saying? If it heats too much, get the pot off the stove. The point is, when you pirate something, even though it's digital, you own it. You have the files. They're on your system now. You get those, cherished files.
Yep. And I'll be real, man. There was these old ads for Dare where it says you wouldn't download a car, would you? Absolutely. Why the would I not download a car? I would even download a bear. Hell yes. Absolutely. Would you not? You dumbass. Just grab a USB, download that shit. Go to your Walmart. Buy a $5 USB. It'll be able to store you like 16, 32 gigabytes. Download your favorite anime, slap it on a USB, write the name on it, bada bing, bada boom. Anytime you want it. That's the way you need it. It's really that easy.
You have it. And even when Funimation closes, if you had pirated the Attack on Titan Blu-ray, you have the files. You don't lose them when it shuts down. So you're just literally, it's like actually safer if you pirate it because you don't have the risk of losing it unless for some reason Crunchyroll hacks your shit and takes it back from you.
Which, to be honest, with all the things they've done, I don't really think I would doubt that.
Which I don't see happening anytime soon.
Well, maybe I'm paranoid.
And another thing is you get the complete product. So in the case of SpongeBob, you can get all of SpongeBob, including the censored episodes. And when it comes to convenience,
did you know that SpongeBob and Patrick were supposed to be gay? And that's what SpongeBob and Patrick's relationship was built off of? SpongeBob SquarePants was originally a show designed to let people know that it's okay to be gay. And then they thought it was too forward, so they scrapped it and just made them both just super dumb. Was that a rumor? No, I don't think so. Plus, if you'll notice throughout the series, Patrick starts off really not that dumb, but every episode he just gets a little bit more stupid.
Convenience piracy.
But that's just a theory? No, it's the truth. It's the truth because I read it on Wikipedia.
Just the W there too because you can get all of like Pokemon.
They're just very good friends. Oh, really? Then okay. Then may I present to you the clan episode where SpongeBob and Patrick legitimately get married and have a child together. It's pretty early on in season 2. Case in point. Remember that? Yeah, remember that? They were roommates? Hell no.
1 through 50, however many seasons there are, conveniently in one place, and you don't have to just keep bouncing all over the internet to try and find where this next season is located. So it's just much more convenient. Every decision that the industry is making right now in this gold rush for streaming services is pushing more and more people towards piracy. They are actively pushing people away because they're making it significantly more difficult and significantly scummier and significantly more expensive. What a recipe for disaster. So more people are going to continue to lean into just pirating the content.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to anime. Jiminy Christmas, Crunchyroll started as a platform where you could watch pirated anime. It was literally a piracy site that got...
It comes full circle, as all things do. You start off as a pirating site, and then you force everyone to pirate away from your site.
So popular that it was able to become legit. And now, I think with this move, not only is it more expensive with the subscription price increase, but so many customers just got who are with Funimation that I think a lot more people are just going to say, the hell with it, I'll start pirating again.
I agree.
Now, of course, not everyone. Like I'm sure there's going to be like a spike in Crunchyroll subscriptions, but I really think over time it's going to prove to be detrimental. It's again, it's just one of those things where more and more people are going to start to wake up to the fact that they don't really own anything, and I think most sensible people will be rightfully upset about that and a bit concerned about the future of not owning anything. That I think they'll start turning to either physical media or even more piracy.
There is no way I'm turning to physical media because I'm not going to buy a DVD player. Okay, I'm just not. Yeah, I don't even think my TV has the capabilities to plug in DVDs anymore, man. I just don't think it does. But I mean, maybe I'll boot it up on my laptop. I don't think laptops have PC ports anymore. PS5? I hate using that shit too, to be honest. I know there's a PS5, but they don't even have disk drives. You have to pay extra to have a disk drive on your console these days. My PS5 literally does not have a disk drive. I don't have the upgraded version, so I can't. Good news, you can get digital files now. Wow.
They're more popular. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. This is something that I've been very passionate about recently because we keep seeing time and time again things being taken away that we had paid for because we're entering this age where they recognize they can do that and get away with it.
Yep, it won't change. It'll always be like that. Any way a corporation can you, they will you. And it's starting to be the time where we take matters into our own hands. It looks like it's time to set the 7 Cs. Set sail on the 7 Cs, boys. There is no way I'm paying $100 for a suboptimal piece of shit streaming service. I would rather just stop watching anime, to be honest. I have a loathing for Crunchyroll. I can't even remember the last time I booted it up because it's such a dog shit service. And the worst thing is, with another streaming service gone, there's even less of a reason for them to improve. It's a shame. It truly is a absolute shame.
Not good.
Fear not, I'm coming. Let's get this party started.
Better. It's like, yeah, Sentinel's good, but like,
Better dead than dumb.
Such bravado.
Dude.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
I think I just got like 12 free gold from that. Really 17. But
Show me who you are.
I just don't really know what to do here. It's like I could build a Rabadon's, but I just don't think it's really worth it. No glove.
Show me who you are. Clash with me. Let's get this party started.
Dude, where are all of my units? Like, one person's playing Katarina. Three people. But they're two, like, there should be more than this. There's like the 2-star unit, there should be like 40 in the pool.
Way to die, Normie. Hope you like it rough.
Putting her in just to use it, I guess.
Victory awaits.
I'm looking for any sentinel.
Let's dance above the human snores.
Yeah, just not doing anything. The sentinel is not working. Like at all. My units are getting contested, and I just, like, I need another AP unit, but I don't know another AP unit besides, like, 4 stars. Like, I guess I could just do this, because this is not going...
My fans are the reason I sing.
Grab that unit. Oh, he's healing.
Fans are the reason I sing.
No escape.
Who the fuck's 8-bit? Oh, I don't really know. Maybe Spellweaver? Spellweaver Lulu?
Come on, you. Let's dance.
Just doesn't care. Oh, I thought this was on 4, 2, 4. Oh, I didn't realize it was 3. Need another spell thing. I guess I could get. I mean, I'd like to go for Echo. Place the Lilia, and then you can just go to the next one, but. Need money. Ah, fuck. Do I roll or do I not roll? I'm just not gonna roll. Save some money to roll. I just need one Echo, because it's a Lilia one. I lose. That thing just keeps going forever. Dude, how is that thing going so fast?
Hear my song and dance in the moonlight.
Come at me.
Dude, it's always this Lucian that's just killing my units. They're snazzy. Goofy ass game.
My trainee days are long behind me.
Oh shit, she was. I didn't realize that. It was the KDA to keep it up. All right, you're this guy.
Okay.
Katie doesn't give attack speed, right? Dude, this guy is just there's no way that he was like this before. I put Rage Blade on him once and he was the most ass unit I've ever played with. Why is he good now with Rage Blade? Does his Rage Blade stack when he ults or something? Let's watch this.
Uh-oh. Let's see what this is.
Diablo 4 superfans, be warned. On February 21st, Last Epoch will officially launch, and you are going to hate it. This video is for us Diablo 4 enthusiasts who believe Diablo 4 is the perfect ARPG in every way.
Yeah.
And the coping machine is
Absolutely no issues. If you are not one of these people and actually like Last Epoch, I suggest you stop watching this video right now.
Yeah.
It may trigger you. Okay, now that those people are gone and it's just us Diablo purists,
The real
we're gonna
players.
get into why we're going to hate Last Epoch. My first of many reasons you're going to hate Last Epoch is its price. It's only $35 for the full.
Let me get some food. I wonder how I could have made Garen unkillable from the last game.
Hello, love. Hope you like it rough. Hello, love.
That should be Lux.
full game. What a stupid number, am I right? I know I'm not
Well, if it's only $35, then the game probably is half as good as Diablo 4.
enjoy myself unless the game
Yeah, I mean, come on.
$70. And there's no $100 early access version. Like, come on, guys, are you even trying here? And get this, they're going to keep updating the game and won't charge for DLC and expansions.
Wow.
This is awful. It's such a bad idea. Diablo 4 is going to have an expansion every year. And I know, after this year's experience playing this absolute gem of a game, I can't wait to dish out another $70 for the expansion.
Only 70? Oh, he's not going to buy the deluxe edition. What a broke bitch.
Next thing I absolutely despise about Last Epoch is its skill trees. Yes, I said skill trees, meaning more than one.
It's too much to think
skill
about.
Tree, then a whole complete skill tree
this
for
is
every
too
single
much.
skill in the game. Again,
Way too
what
much.
an absolutely stupid idea and
This
a
is
waste
crazy.
of time. Let me show you an example side by side using Fireball. On the left, we have the Giga Chad Diablo 4
That's right,
Fireball
yeah, simple.
and its
Very
favorite
simple.
section. So freaking clean. And let's look at our options here. We can either do more damage with Fireball, or over
Yep.
here, we can do more crit damage with Fireball.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Blizzard, for giving us what we want. Meaningful, game-changing choices in a skill tree.
Naturally, yeah.
Now let's look over here at this abomination of a skill
Yeah, it's
tree.
like, look at it, bro, it doesn't even fit together. Like, it was just confusing. Like, what the fuck? Like, what if you go this way and then you want to go that way? Like, what are you going to do? Like, it's just, oh my god.
Last Epoch Fireball.
Yeah, true.
The options we have to augment Fireball here are turning it into an ability where we can shoot multiple fireballs in a cone.
Wait.
Or turn it into a plasma ball.
Wait, that
does
sounds
more
good.
damage, or adds an explosion, or homing feature.
What?
Or turning it into a flamethrower.
Wait, what?
And we can even combine these together and have a plasma flamethrower that explodes. I gotta stop. I'm getting too overwhelmed from all these options.
There's too many things, bro. Like, yeah, that's... Like, how are you going to decide which one's better? Like, there's too many... Like, dude.
I think you can all see what a major waste
Just go
of
one or
time
the
all
other.
these options are.
Just damage
We
or
could
crit
use that
damage.
time to create something we actually want in an ARPG. Like having a system that locks skill points behind finding over 150 random statues, or having a world boss, but make sure it's on a 3-hour timer so we can all make sure we're there to kill it.
That's
or
right.
dungeons where you need to pick up an idol, but you need 3 of them to open the door.
I want to draw attention to the fact that even Lost Ark had a better world boss system than Diablo 4.
And hold more than one, so you gotta backtrack. Ah, yes, the good old days. Speaking of being overwhelmed, let's talk stash tabs.
Oh, they added
Again,
more.
Diablo 4 has the perfect amount of them. 5, maybe 6. Okay, I really don't know. Whoever uses that many tabs, right, guys?
Yeah.
This is where I almost threw up in my mouth when I heard in Last Epoch you can have over 100 stash tabs.
It's
What even
confusing.
is that? Do you think we're stupid and don't
Yeah.
know how to manage our stash?
It's confusing.
Well, I think
You forget
we're
where things
stupid
are.
Last Epoch for not even making these purchasable
True.
with real money. You just buy them with in-game gold. Come on, you gotta have at least some pay for convenience or pay for power.
Yeah, because they have to fund the game to make it better.
You won't. How stupid can you be? Okay,
Wait, this is
before
Last
I keep
Epoch?
going down this
Wow.
path, let's get back to stash tabs. In Diablo 4, we have 5 classes. All we need is 5 tabs, one
Yeah.
for each class.
That actually makes
Blizzard
sense.
believes and trusts us to make meaningful
Yeah.
choices on what items we can keep.
Naturally.
Sometimes I spend hours just going through all the items, deciding what I need to remove. Some of the most meaningful moments I've ever had in Diablo were just me staring at my items in my stash, or even inventory, deciding if I should keep a weapon with more damage to healthy enemies, or another weapon with more damage to slowed enemies.
And that's really what the game is all about right there. That's what it's all about.
You know what? This brings me to my next point on why us Diablo 4 superfans will absolutely hate Last Epoch.
What's that?
And that's because they have a loot filter. What? Why would you want to pick up less loot?
Yeah.
And why would I want to only
Yeah, you
want
wanna see everything, right?
Do they think we're not smart enough to make loot decisions on our own?
Yeah.
No, that can't be it. Us Diablo 4 purists are the smartest out of any
Right.
RPG player out there. We don't need to be able to filter out white and blue items. We don't need to be able to color grade gear that drops based on having stats like plus minion damage. They don't even know how much fun we have spending countless minutes sorting through a whole inventory of items, carefully looking at all the stats to see what may be an upgrade after every dungeon run. Oh my god, I'm getting antsy. All this talk about a full inventory of yellow items.
What's kind of surprising about Last Epoch is, like, whenever I watch the trailer for Last Epoch, it looks like all of the Diablo 4 builds are in Last Epoch too. Like, I just saw one with a guy running around with electric balls surrounding him. Like, I did that in Diablo 4. So, like, Last Epoch is basically just copying Diablo 4 and stealing all of their ideas.
Really make me want to stop making this video right now
Yeah.
and get back to my perfect Diablo 4. But before I do, I have 2 more reasons why you're going to hate Last Epoch. One of which is the crafting system. In our exquisite game, Diablo 4, we can choose one stat to reroll. where it gives you a random new
you gotta
stat.
reroll.
Last Epoch has so many crafting options.
You get
I'm
confused.
only going to tell you a few of my favorites.
Yeah.
I mean, least favorites. Least favorites. The first is being able to put the exact stat you want onto a piece of gear.
Well, then
You
what's-
want fire damage? You can add fire damage. You can transform an item into a unique or set item. Yes, there are sets in the game. How ridiculous.
Yeah,
this
Diablo
last part
3
about
had
crafting,
that.
I'm sure you will all hate. And that's the ability to
We've
craft
evolved
a
beyond
powerful
it.
weapon on your high level character and give it to your low level character to make them completely overpowered and able to breeze through
What?
the early game, destroying everything in sight. How
Wait.
silly. Don't they know killing hordes of enemies super fast?
Dude, leveling is part of the game. Like, you can't just let people skip leveling. Like, is it really a game at that point?
Not fun at all. Give me my 4 damage Diablo 4 Druid any day, because we are real gamers. Now for my final, and possibly most despised reason us Diablo 4 devotees will hate Last Epoch and its endgame. They have 3 endgame activities. The first being dungeons, where you'll be able to target farm rewards and have varying levels of difficulty.
Okay.
Then they have the Monolith of Fate, which has so much depth to it, but I'm going to keep things
Well, I
short
can't
because I
keep-
really
this
got
is
to get
too
my
much.
inventory full of yellows. It consists
Yeah.
of a huge branching
This is too
stacking
much.
system with endgame rewards.
Bro, who can keep up with all this?
And bosses. With the challenge and rewards increasing with its difficulty the further you go. There's a whole lot more to monoliths, but who wants to go over the
Who
endgame
cares?
systems
Yeah.
to that extent? I do, and I'm writing it.
Because, like, the good thing about Diablo 4 is that, like, if you want to kill Duriel, you have to kill 2 other guys, and then you kill Duriel. And then after you do that, if you want to kill Duriel again, you kill the other 2 guys again, then you kill Duriel again. It's simple. It just makes sense,
Finally,
you know?
we have the arena. There are 2
Yeah.
modes. One is the Arena of Champions, with a set number of waves followed by a boss.
Ooh.
Each wave, you can increase the difficulty with a modifier, which increases your reward at the end.
Is this like
Then
Simulacrum?
there's the Endless Arena. And here's where I feel the developers of Last Epoch are either aliens or working for the Illuminati, because this Endless Arena has a ladder system, a fully functional, active ladder
Wait,
system.
I mean, if they don't even, like, the thing is, like, think about it like this, right? Is like Diablo 4, it took them months, like 6 months to get the ladder right. And so, like, Last Epoch just thinks that they can come out and release it with the ladder on whenever the game comes out. Bro, like, that shit takes time. But you can't just do that.
Guys,
Yeah.
Last Epoch is a small company, so considering it is taking Blizzard months to launch a ladder system, and this game will have it on launch,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sure there's
exactly.
either some supernatural
There's something wrong
or
with it.
future technology at play here, and we should just not trust it. Okay, so for those of you still here and are sure you'll hate Last Epoch, stop watching.
It's a
now.
fake game.
You have a full inventory of yellows to sift through. Go get to it. Okay, so those of you who are still here, I assume you actually are playing or will play Last Epoch on February 21st.
We're a bunch of idiots.
If so, then subscribe to my channel.
A bunch of idiots,
I am
bro.
too, and I do plan on making more videos on this game. Have a good one. Bye.
Wait, yeah, that's actually true. Somebody in chat said Diablo 4 is actually the first quadruple quadruple A game. Because it literally is Diablo 4. It's not the 4th Diablo, it's a quadruple A game. This is a good video. This is funny. I love videos like this. It reminds me a lot of the videos that I used to make whenever I was still on YouTube, doing that shit back in WoW. Who's the creator? Frosty Lero. I guess he makes a lot of Last Epoch videos. Let me go and double check. Damn, he plays like all the same games I do. He plays like Monster Hunter, Honkai Star Rail. Damn. Well, good for him. Yeah, there it is. These guys only got 3,000 subs. You want to give him a sub? I'll link you guys a video. Genshin? Well, not that one, right? I only farm Genshin. I don't play Genshin. And Substance Goated, yeah, this is really good. Like, this guy definitely deserves more subscribers. It was really great for me to see, like, I remember whenever Diablo 4 came out, it was like super cool for me to see like Rob, Rax, and like DM like totally blow up with Diablo 4. And like the really good thing about it to me was the fact that like now people like these guys and they're making content about other games and it's also being very successful. Like to me, I think that's like so awesome because like I know like as a streamer how hard that is, and that is really, really cool. Yeah, find some critics. I try to find good people and you know, be as positive as I can be, you know?
This is going pretty poorly. Like I said, just keep the screech going. Ugh. Let's see. I watched that yesterday. Is there anything good to watch? I don't want to like listen to music. I'm constantly getting these
From Software's game design
this is from,
changed
like, years-
everything.
This is from a while ago. I don't think I watched this. That's coming up. Nope. I thought we would get a better loss or something. I think Morello's on Seraphine might be good though. This early on, probably not. Let's get this party started. Like, I'm gonna swap them out in a second, but I'm just gonna do this. Kind of pointless, but just want to make sure I don't lose this because I feel like I clearly.
I felt the rush, and now I wear the crown.
So you get this. We're trying to turn it around, but we're not going to. You do. Come on, kill the one unit. No. Oh. At least I have my streak. Oh. I think I need to do this. Yo.
I like it here. I just might stay.
Maybe.
No, she was about to get out of it.
No.
Let's dance above the human snores.
Yo.
Hear my song and dance in the moonlight. To serve the greater good.
Believer.
And now I wear the crown.
Like, all I need is one spell weaver. Where is it?
Are the reason I sin.
See if I can grab the set.
My trainee days are long behind me.
My turn.
Let's get this party started.
Come at me.
Can't stand still when the beat's kicking.
Wait, hold up. We getting paid for this?
Close.
Wait, hold up. We getting paid for this?
Does the character need Shojin?
My fans are the reason I sing.
I did not think it was that. I thought it was something else. I mean... I thought it was this. I'll start on you.
Let's start the show.
else is playing Echo though, so I don't think I'm gonna get him. Five, six. There's 7 out of the pool. I have 4. I mean, there's probably enough. I just need 2.
You are awesome. My fans are the reason I sing.
Heat 20? What?
we getting paid for this?
I like it. I just might stay.
Wait, hold up. Are we getting paid for this?
Almost.
Hear my song and dance in the moonlight. Finally, let's do this.
I think this might be a good board. I think I just need to swap out something somewhere. Another shiv.
Come at me.
Shoot it! Yes! Dude, I was just memeing putting that thing on him. I don't hit RE3. Let's just accept it.
Try to keep up.
we're just kind of fucked. I've never played with this unit before. It always happens to me. But I have no idea how Seraphine's even doing. Oh, we lose. We lose really bad. Well, this isn't the Ezreal.
Youth and skill. Everything.
Third! Oh my gosh! I think I just sell the Aries. That guy hit level 10, what? Oh my god. What? Dude, his clips channel is actually just way too funny.
She got me. What's this?
To the men who like watching sport, but not the female version of it. Maybe you don't actually like sport. Maybe you just like watching half-naked men run around playing with balls.
Yeah. It's weird to me that people like this use this line of argumentation, because the implication is that, like, oh, we're going to make you feel insecure because you're looking at men. It's weird, right? Because you have somebody that's like, I mean, how many rainbows is she wearing? Like 3? Holy fuck. Men don't watch women's sports because female partners complain about them looking at other women. I don't know. Other women don't watch women's sports either. So what's their reason?
He's not gonna respond. Jazz, Executioner, Punk. Or Executioner game, I guess. I could probably skip the Twitch. I never even played that unit.
The only real sin is to deny a Christian.
Good beginning. Do this. So it should be 2 shots, I think. We'll give. It's 10 plus 5, or is it 5 plus 5? Two shots.
Mercy has no flavor.
I just don't want to play that. Yeah. You, and you. Never finish this. Man, the page doesn't even load.
Azula, while it was already skybound, crashing into the city while it was in midair. So much of Farum Azula's history is hidden from us. This meteorite might even be the same meteorite as others mentioned in Elden Ring's lore, because lots of meteorites have made landfall in the Lands Between before. Some brought the Onyx Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who rose to life when a meteor struck. A creature called Astel may have brought himself down on a meteorite and destroyed an entire eternal city. A golden star even once bore the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring into the Lands Between in the first place. Thus, you could speculate that any one of these, or even a different one entirely, laid waste to Farum Azula. Again, you could even speculate that it was this meteor that imbued Farum Azula's ruins with gravitational energy, lifting it into the sky, not unlike how the Earth in Limgrave is lifted into the sky after being hit by a meteorite. And so perhaps, similarly, Farum Azula's world was lifted higher into the sky, twisting in place, also thanks to the stone scales of the ancient dragons. Whatever the case, as Farum Azula crumbled and twisted in the sky, ruin fragments rained down upon the entire Lands Between, some large and some small. Incidentally, these ruin fragments glow with a faint light from within, and are conducive to blessings from the 2 and 3 fingers respectively. That's what warming stones and frenzy flame stones are. They are pieces of ruin fragments imbued with power and light. And this makes a lot of sense, because these ruins are a part of the royal city that the Greater Will itself once graced. So naturally, parts of its ruins are very conducive to the effects of the 2 and 3 fingers. Anyway, we don't know many other details behind Farum Azula's ruin, but whatever the case, it's probably fair to say that this meteorite dealt an enormous blow to their culture. It might have even coincided with their god fleeing the city. And whenever this nameless god did leave, I think it's important to speculate on where they went next. After the Age of the Dragon Lord, the Age of the Erd Tree began. But before the Age of the Erd Tree began, we learned that there was first a Crucible of Life, a primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. According to Siluria's Crucible Tree Helm, this crucible was the primordial form of the Erd Tree, a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. So, over the next few minutes, I'm going to try and argue that the Crucible became rooted, quite literally, quite physically, in the great tree roots that we find underneath the lands between. I don't think it's a coincidence that the ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula is burgeoning with roots. And after Farum Azula's age ended and its god absconded with an Elden Ring that is burgeoning with roots, I don't think it's a coincidence that a primordial crucible gave way to a great tree that would dominate the lands between. I think the Elden Ring physically left Farum Azula. I think that led to the crucible, which led to great tree roots, which led to the Erd Tree growing. The Elden Ring is, after all, the source of the Erd Tree, and this should have been true for the ancient Elden Ring as well, which would have birthed this tree. As an additional piece of evidence that the Elden Ring is at the source of the Erd Tree, we can look to the engraving on the stone door of the Erd Tree itself, which shows the Elden Ring literally at the roots of the Erd Tree, its source below the surface. Perhaps the Elden Ring wasn't rooted in the earth, while Farum Azula was floating up in the sky, but eventually, it seems, it would be. According to the Gilded Great Shield and Ordovis's Greatsword, the color of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible was red, or perhaps more accurately, red tinged with gold. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd Tree, the color of homeward yearning. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. This color is also seen in root resin, a secretion from roots that were once connected to the great tree. These two items, taken together, tie the red of the crucible to great tree roots quite well. And if that wasn't enough, Crucible Knight Siluria spends her exile amidst these roots, with a spear and a helm that have great tree ornamentation that is modeled on the Crucible. I've seen people speculate that the Crucible isn't a physical place, and that it was just a crucible of competition instead, where different creatures battled against each other. And I think this misconception might be due to the original description of the Old Fang in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, which reads, "In times long past, life was a crucible of competition." However, the item description was quickly patched to remove all mention of competition, and the patched description instead suggests that multiple overlapping fangs might be a vestige of the primordial crucible. So, considering this updated description and all of the color and mention of primordial matter, I think FromSoft are certainly trying to suggest that the Crucible had a real physicality to it. And the Crucible has long been a topic plagued by confusing and perhaps mistranslated item descriptions. Take the aspects of the Crucible, which say that the Crucible was once a place where all life was once blended together. The Japanese instead clarifies that once life was blended together, which to me suggests the Crucible was a blending of existing life in the lands between, rather than a source of all life. And I think there's more evidence that this ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula was already kind of laying the groundwork for the Crucible. For example, we know from the Omen and Misbegotten that creatures of the Crucible are characterized by chaotic growth, considered aspects of devolution in the modern era. These are aspects of wings, horns, scales, feathers, and fangs. Just so, Placidusax actually has tons of random fang growths around their maw, and later dragons even sprout feathers, another aspect of devolution. But if that wasn't enough, remember, the dragon's lightning is red, tinted with gold as well, which is the same color of the primordial crucible, as we just discussed. Thus, I think it's safe to say that the color and other aspects of the primordial crucible were already kind of present in the ancient dragons, the oldest of those graced by the Elden Ring that we know of. So, with that, we've essentially laid the groundwork for a theory that I'd like to shout out from Loki, who is one of FromSoftware's most dedicated theory crafters. In this theory, he speculates on the identity of the Dragon Lord's fled god, and I think this theory is special because it manages to reconcile a couple of major loose ends in the game's lore along the way. As the theory goes, the Erd Tree was created as a byproduct of the nameless god's death. Loki's initial reasoning is that after we die, runes are left behind in our wake, manifesting as small golden saplings. Therefore, since the Elden Ring itself is made up of a gargantuan amount of runes, surely the Elden Ring would sprout an enormous tree if the god vessel carrying it were to die. One thing I'll add to this theory is that our golden saplings only remain so if the mass of runes is not claimed. Just so, if no one knew that the nameless god had died, perhaps the Elden Ring's mass of runes was left to its own devices, to grow, as Loki posits, as a resilient, protective vessel, a firmly rooted tree that welcometh no man. And indeed, the nameless god did flee, not even telling her Elden Lord, Placidusax, where they had gone. Thus, their runes might have gone unclaimed. Directly below the Erd Tree are the deep root depths, where the Erd Tree might have once been planted, so to speak. And one of the lesser-known paths along the roots here leads to this wall, an illusory wall that reveals the Cathedral of the Forsaken, the Frenzied Merchants, and the Three Fingers of Frenzy. One of the strangest items down here is the fingerprint stone shield, which is, and I quote, part of the tomb of an ancient god. It's imprinted with an intricately carved fingerprint design, and these imprints are said to be the very seeds from which Frenzy first sprouted. Now at first glance you'd think that the ancient god in question here would be the Three Fingers, who marked this great stone slab with fingerprints, and while I admit this stone grave could be for the outer god of frenzied flame, which manifests as the Three Fingers who are imprisoned down here, I much prefer the theory that this stone slab was the tomb of a different ancient god, one that was found and desecrated by the Three Fingers with their fingerprints, just as they desecrate the world with fingerprints in their ending. And that's exactly what Loki's theory proposes, that the Three Fingers desecrated a stone tomb of the nameless god, the Sigisax's queen, who had her final moments in this place. The nameless god can also be used to reconcile another lore gap in Elden Ring, which is the identity of the corpse that makes up the Fingerslayer blade. The Fingerslayer blade is a blade said to have been born of a corpse, said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals, the Two Fingers. The shape of this blade, featuring the arms of a corpse as a crossguard and culminating in a double helix, it bears a striking resemblance to the Sacred Relic Sword, a weapon wrenched from the corpse of Radagon Marika. The Sacred Relic Sword is, and I quote, wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. The similarities between the Sacred Relic Sword and the Fingerslayer blade mean that they must have shared a source, not just a corpse, but the corpse of a god. We know where the Sacred Relic Sword comes from. It comes from Radagon and Marika, but then where does the Fingerslayer blade come from? If it's wrought from a god, it's a nameless god, as far as we know. So it is that Loki concludes that the Nox, who made a hidden treasure of the blade, may have recovered the corpse of Sigisax's queen, the nameless god, to wield as a weapon that could harm the Greater Will. So, I like these theories, to say the least. They neatly tie up and reconcile a bunch of loose ends, and that makes these theories really satisfying to believe. It's nice to have an explanation for which god the Fingerslayer blade was talking about, and which ancient god the Fingerprint Stone Shield was talking about. Special thanks to Loki for this. You can find more of his stuff in the description, and I highly recommend you seek it out. However, I should probably stress that this is still all speculation. The circumstantial evidence is really strong, yes, but sometimes From Software leaves these sorts of loose ends in the lore to be tied up by characters that they've yet to introduce, and until DLC drops, I think it's wise to take this theory with a grain of salt. But damn, you know, salt makes any meal taste a little bit better, doesn't it? So it is that the nameless god of Farum Azula might have become the Nox's Fingerslayer blade, a weapon they clearly brought about in order to harm the Greater Will, which had banished them deep underground, beneath a false night sky. You can learn more about that in this video. Here, they live in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their liege, who would be a Lord of Night. These folk become obsessed with artificial imitation of life above ground, all likely created in service of their goal, which was to strike back at the Greater Will. So it was that the Mimic Tears were created. These are beings of quicksilver that were the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. These silver drops of dew, not unlike the Erdtree's drops of dew, they also birthed the Albinaurics, who are artificial lifeforms untouched by the Erdtree's grace. But the Nox also looked further back in time for inspiration, apparently, and they attempted to bring ancient dragons into being. So it is that the Dragonkin soldiers were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Their name includes the word soldier, and they even have evidence of clothing and armor upon them, again revealing that these creatures were created with the intention to fight back against order. But these Dragonkin experiments went about as well as copying dragons usually does in From Software games, which is to say the experiments were a failure. The main reason they were considered failures was that these Dragonkin were not immortal, as the Nox had hoped. Their weapons read, alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin. But the Nox had the right idea. At the very least, it seems they had identified the source of the ancient dragon's immortality, their stone scales. They just failed to implement that source. Case in point, the dragon scale blade is made by sharpening a gravel stone scale thought to be the source of dragon immortality. This blade's skill is Ice Lightning Sword, which wreathes the blade in the Dragonkin's signature Ice Lightning. And you know, even though the Dragonkin were born mortal and crippled, they did at least manage to manifest lightning, which is a feat that the mortal dragons, who were actually the ancient dragon's kin, never accomplished. On your way through Caelid, you would have run past Grail, a mortal dragon who clearly owes their namesake to Grail, a veritable mountain found further down the way, where she lies dying, surrounded by her children on her deathbed. But these aren't her only children. According to Grail's roar, Grail was the mother of all dragons, dwarfing all who stood before her like a looming mountain. To be clear, I seriously doubt this means that she's the mother of the ancient dragons, considering she has 2 wings, 2 legs, and no stone scales. No, instead, she would specifically be the mother of the 2-winged dragons that you see widely across the lands between. Indeed, the Japanese specifies that she's more of a great mother of dragons, rather than being mother of all dragons. So, if we take that premise to be true, that means that the fire-breathing dragons, the ice dragons, the rot and glintstone corrupted dragons, all of them trace their ancestry back to Grail. These are the wyverns, contrasting with the true 4-legged dragons, which is the same dynamic that Dark Souls had as well. And just like in Dark Souls, Elden Ring's dragons have a tendency to take on aspects of their environment in lieu of their stone scales. There are ice dragons, there are glintstone dragons, all of that, but the one element that these dragons didn't master though is lightning, red lightning, that remains exclusive to their ancient ancestors. Earlier we talked about how lightning has heavenly connotations, and it makes sense that this lightning would be lost to these lesser dragons who were born in a time long after the ancient dragons had sort of lost the favor of the greater will. These modern dragons are now easily wounded by the stone scales that they've lost. These stone scales, once removed, are called gravel stones, and these are compound stones that are found in lands once beset by ancient dragons. For the most part, these gravel stones are looted upon the Altus Plateau and surrounds, which makes sense because this is the territory of Leyndell, the city that the ancient dragons would eventually assault, so of course this is where their scales would be found. But interestingly, the only other place where gravel stones are found is Caelid. And that's curious because Caelid is literally at the opposite end of the lands between. One set of gravel stones are found here and here, suggesting that at some point the ancient dragons, progenitors to Grail, were in Caelid as well. And this fact is supported by other environmental evidence in the area. Again, the Bestial Sanctum and Farum Great Bridge are in Caelid, 2 cultural landmarks of Farum Azula that are architecturally intact, despite the crumbling city's current state. These weren't just ruins that fell from the sky, these were built. They are a grounded connection to what we now know as a sky city. While I guess we can't rule out the possibility that Farum Azula was always in the sky and later built architecture on the ground here, it seems way more natural to assume that the city was originally built on the ground, where there would have been the materials to build it, and that it was then lifted into the sky at some point in the future. As for the mechanism behind Farum Azula becoming skybound, I feel like there are 2 options. Earlier we talked about how the Ruins Greatsword is a piece of Farum Azula, infused with gravitational magic, thanks to the meteor that struck the city. Thus, my first theory is that Farum Azula might have become skybound in the instant that the meteor struck, floating upward as it was destroyed. Alternatively, or additionally, I guess, it could be some manifestation of the storm that brought Farum Azula into the sky. We've talked about how Placidusax might have had power over this storm, evidenced by his golden, time-twisting scales. Not to mention, you turn into a storm cloud when you channel Placidusax's weapon skill. So perhaps Placidusax, or the ancient dragons, whipped Farum Azula into the skies as some measure of protection, and once it was up there, that gravitational meteor could have come into play, smashing the city into pieces on its way down to the lands between, scattering ruins far and wide. At any rate, I'm glad there's evidence of Farum Azula here in Caelid, and that's because this fact merges so well with the lore of Grail. Again, Grail is the mother of the modern dragons, and thus is the oldest modern dragon that we know of who lost their stone scales. And since she's in Caelid, it was likely from here that all dragons spread, so I'm glad the environment supports this lore with its intact Farum Azula architecture and with the leftover gravel stones of the ancient dragons as well, because it seems like the ancient dragons made landfall here long ago and started a culture in Farum Azula, leaving Grail behind eventually as their land-bound legacy. And there are 2 other ancient dragons in the vicinity to help support this claim as well. These ancient dragons appear here in Limgrave and here in Caelid, both dead at the sites of dragon communion. The ancient dragons are immortal, but they can still be killed, as you know, though we can only really speculate on what killed these 2. But back to Grail. Despite being a modern dragon, Grail is large. Larger than any other dragon of the time, even Placidusax. In fact, the only thing that comes close to her in size are Grandsax and the bones of the dragon in Farum Azula's Dragon Temple, which Zuli has thankfully placed alongside Grail for me. They're both very similar in size, which made me think that maybe they could have been mates at some point, though of course that's just speculation. And in the end, we don't even know why Grail lost all of her stone scales, passing this trait to all of her descendants. Perhaps it was nothing more than a random birth defect. Which reminds me, Seath's loss of stone scales was never really explained either, yet he also found himself apart from his ancient kin, all the same. Perhaps this is why Grail found herself in the Lands Between. Was this a place of exile? Maybe a place to die? Her region is called Dragon Barrow, after all, and if you've read Lord of the Rings, for example, you might take the meaning of the word barrow to mean burial mounds, referring to ancient burial places that are covered with large mounds of earth. Perhaps the Dragon Barrow was a place for these newly mortal dragons to die. And Grail herself is indeed now finally dying. The Scarlet Rot has blighted Caelid and the Dragon Barrow, and this is presumably why, when we encounter her, she's already lost a lot of her health, and she can't fight back, nor even lift herself off the ground. Her dying roars rally her kin around her, but they cannot save their mother. This level 1 Tarnished just watched this sick YouTube guide on how to get 50,000 free runes at the start of the game, and nothing will stand in their way. Now, we previously established Caelid and Grail as a sort of origin point for the modern dragons, so after them in the timeline, I think it's the Ice Dragons that would have shown up as the first major variant. According to Borealis' Mist, the Ice Dragons were once lords of the mountaintops. Perhaps these dragons wished to be as close as possible to the heavens, from which their ancestors descended. After all, we do see the modern dragons flying all around Farum Azula, though they never make landfall, so the mountaintops might have been the next best thing as a home for the mortal dragons. After all, the Sword of Night and Flame claims that the mountaintops nearly touched the sky. Anyway, Borealis' Mist goes on to reveal that the Ice Dragons were lords here at a very early point in the Lands Between's history, as shortly after, we know that they were chased from the peak by the Fire Giants, who also appeared at a very early point and who claimed the mountaintops henceforth. So, for the Ice Dragons to be here, you'd think surely they must have migrated here from Caelid. Now, we previously established Caelid as an origin point for these modern dragons, so for the Ice Dragons to be here, surely they must have initially migrated here from Caelid. Now, obviously they could have just flown from Caelid to the icy mountaintops, but I remember early theories that posited that a land bridge might have once existed between Caelid and the mountaintops, and that certainly would have helped with their migration. As the theory goes, Caelid and the mountaintops are almost exclusively where you'll find the monstrous crows, the giant dogs, and most notably, the remains of the giants. These don't really appear anywhere else, and it seems way more likely to think that there was once a land bridge here, rather than thinking that they took the long way round the Lands Between on foot. What happened to this landmass is unclear, but the Lands Between itself has experienced many other geographical upheavals in the past, and losing a landmass to a meteor or whatnot might also explain the divergent evolution of the Ice Dragons compared to their fire-breathing kin. Also established in the mountaintops around this time were the astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. This description comes to us from the Sword of Night and Flame, an heirloom of the Carrion royal family, which is headed by Renala. Renala was a prominent astrologer, and thus has links to the mountaintops of the giants. It might be a stretch to say that she was actually there in the mountaintops all those years ago, but she did have an oath-sworn giant and an oath-sworn dragon that can be summoned to fight for her, so I feel like it's safe to say that she's connected to the place, at least. At any rate, eventually the fire giants would chase the ice dragons from the peak and claim it for their own. Then, in turn, the Zamor, an icy race of warriors, would ally with the Golden Order and oust the fire giants. This is incidental, but later in the timeline, a character called the Snowy Crone pops up. She's an old witch associated with Karya, who wielded snowy magics that, you could argue, would have been derived from the Zamor's icy mountaintops. The Zamor are, after all, the only other beings that could use cold sorceries, so perhaps she learned it from them. This Snowy Crone eventually imparted her cold sorceries to Rani, and Rani has clearly taken on such frost magics as a big part of her sorceress identity. Now, a couple of dragons actually had a habit of eating glintstone sorcerers, and it was from this diet that they were corrupted, not unlike the other dragons who took on aspects of their environment. One of these dragons was Smarug, fought here, whose glintstone breath incantation reads, Smarug was a devourer of sorcerers, and over time his body became corrupted by their glintstones. Another such dragon is fought here, defending Rani in both of her major quest locations. This is Adula, and she drops a cold-infused sorcery that is representative of her knighthood, and it reads, Adula, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Rani, and subsequently swore a knightly oath to her dark moon. This suggests conflict between the early sorcerers and dragons, and this tendency for there to be conflict helps to explain why Renala might have gained an oath-sworn dragon out of these conflicts. And just like her mother before her, Rani also had an oath-sworn dragon of her own, Adula. Adula reveals to us the mechanism behind this oath. Rani bested Adula in battle, perhaps earning Adula's loyalty and respect, a trend that actually continues later on with some other ancient dragons that would attack Leyndell, but we'll get into that soon. The only living ice dragon we meet is Borealis the Freezing Fog, who remains upon the mountaintops, and yet the item most closely associated with him is actually found all the way back in the temple quarter of Leonia. It is the Ice Rind Hatchet, and its description reads, a hatchet with a frost-coated blade, one of several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a dragon's scale. Indeed, this is the dragon scale of Borealis, because just as the scale is known as Freezing Fog, Borealis also has the words Freezing Fog as his namesake when you fight him. Apparently, this scale was retrieved by Borealis' neighbors at Castle Sol, who then gave it as a gift, presumably to the Leonians, since it is found near their temple quarter. Obviously, such a gift would have been given to facilitate relations between the two lands, and as we established earlier with sorcerers like the Snow Witch and Renala, there is grounds to believe that these two places would have had a connection in the past. These days, though, Castle Sol is currently still a mystery to us, and without knowing their political alignments, it's hard to know for sure why they gifted Leonia with the scale and other gifts as well. That said, there is a phantom in Castle Sol who hails Lord Mikola in his dialogue. Thus, it's possible that Mikola was Lord of Castle Sol and that Mikola was giving gifts to Leonia. And there is evidence that Mikola had friendly relations with Carians, at least. Most notably, in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, Loretta's armor instead belonged to cut enemies called Arbor Sentinels, who served Mikola, but who actually hailed from Raya Lucaria. To quote their cut description, these enchanted knights once belonged to the Carian royal family, but were later gifted to Mikola. Thus, perhaps Mikola, potential lord of Castle Sol, gifted the Raya Lucarians the Ice Rind Hatchet and several other gifts besides, in return for all the knights that he had gained from them. Again, this is all just speculation, but this is the best theory I've got on the relationship between these two lands and why the Ice Rind Hatchet is found in Leonia. On the same plateau as Castle Sol is the Cave of the Forlorn, and it's a unique little cave, guarded by Great Worm Theodorix. Theodorix is a magma worm, a land-bound dragon that looks more like a giant lizard than a dragon. He's in this form thanks to the act of dragon communion, a primal ritual that involves consuming a dragon's heart to become a dragon. Didn't work out so well for him, but his scale sword, at least, resembles a dragon's jaw, and the weapon suggests that dragon communion is a grave transgression, for which the magma worms were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. If they were cursed to be this way by any entity, I'd suggest it was the Greater Will, who we know favoured the ancient dragons long ago. And to be clear, only the English description says they were cursed. The Japanese description is nowhere near as damning, simply saying that the heroes have erred, and that their land-crawling form is the end result. To me, it sounds more like these people were simply fools to think that they could achieve such a metamorphosis. It goes against the rules of nature, especially if you're trying to transform into a being like an ancient dragon, who were graced by the Greater Will in a bygone age.
This gentleman is?
Oh, Miss March, don't you remember me? After all the favors I did for you all in Belobog?
My name is Firefly. I'm a stage performer from the Iris family.
Oh, no wonder. I was just thinking, there's no way Miss March could change her appearance so dramatically in such a short time. Ooh, seems like we're getting on the same wavelength now.
I don't get it. I can see that one. Like, one of the reasons I knew it wasn't Sampho was because he didn't say his full name as an intro. I never really thought that much into it, but I guess it is.
Cleaning up other people's mess isn't in my job description. You know, Captain?
This is the Apple Vision Pro. If you haven't heard of it, click off this video before it's too late. Put on your phone, or something. Well, if you haven't heard of it, welcome. I'm just running the next 50 hours, living out the American weekend while we have Apple Vision Pro. To begin, I'm just going to put on a headset and
All right, the clock is ticking. Here are the rules. Rule number 1, I can't take off the Apple Vision Pro at all, no matter what. Even if that means things are extremely awkward in public. Rule number 2, my screen time must be 50 hours to complete this challenge. And rule number 3, I'm not allowed to use any technology other than the Apple Vision Pro. That means bye-bye Apple. So long, Apple Watch. I'm putting the camera down. The first thing I'm doing is my weekend is going to McDonald's for breakfast. The Apple Vision Pro doesn't have Uber or Lyft, and I'm definitely not driving this thing. All I've got is this app called Rides, and there seems to be like 3 drivers in my city. I'll just have, but it's gonna have to do. Right, so Nima is our driver. You don't hear? I can hear him. Yep. Oh god, 2 so weird. Hello. Good. Is this Dystopian? You're Nima? Alright, nice to meet you. I'm gonna have to be extremely focused on my battery life in this headset because if it dies, so do I, pretty much. Nima is probably super uncomfortable with the fact that I'm wearing this, and so am I. And I found this really cool feature. You feel awkward. You just go to the until you arrive to McDonald's. I feel like I'm gonna get more rides with Nima because he's like the only person on that app. I would feel so uncomfortable with someone wearing this out of my car. Regardless, we're at McDonald's. This is gonna be my real first social interaction. I'm extremely uncomfortable, but your boy has to get some hotcakes. Walking into McDonald's with this on was crazy. I pulled up my McDonald's app, typed in my code, and it actually worked. That was weird. I placed my order and I tried using Apple Pay with the Vision Pro. I don't think it works, so I just use regular money, which feels really ironic somehow. Thanks so much. Have a good one. If this visual represents the future, sign me up. Alright, next up I'm gonna go work out in. I have the ride sharing app again. And one of the other 2 drivers in my city is picking me up. Ryan? Yes. Good. You think I look silly? No? Okay. Next up, I'm gonna work out in. My day pass is over there. I don't know how to show them this. Oh, cheers. Hey, thank you. I'm gonna go over here. Chelsea, hey. Workout plan, we're gonna run in. I'm gonna do 100 pull-ups, take a quick lift, all without taking off the headset, and hopefully without activating the local alarm. I thought running a mile in the Apple Vision Pro would be pretty tough, but it's not so bad when you can watch a handsome, funny guys YouTube videos to pass the time. No, I say running a mile was extremely difficult. The pull-ups were a lot more fun. Don't look right now, there's a little guy chilling on weights. I get distracted enough as it is when I go to the gym, and now I can like a hyper-realistic version of fruit ninja in between sets. Things might be getting out of hand. As I made my way to the weight, it became clear. I'm spitting out like a sore thumb, and I didn't even have to activate the local alarm to do so. Thank you guys. I got it. See you later. Workout complete. We got the fruit ninja. That was nice. I think it's time to go grocery shopping. I requested another ride, and guess what? Nima. Good. Have a good day. Good to see you again. Oh yes, thank you. Oh yeah. Oh more. Thank you. Nima and I ran out of things to talk about, and I went to the again. I did. Okay, you do it. You would. I think Nima's more got to me. Maybe not 1, not 2, but 3 chocolates. I have a target for one reason and one reason only. After walking through some ambiguous aisles of Target, I did the spaghetti aisle. I think walking through Target, I started to realize the limitations of this headset as well as the limitations of myself. I can't stop impulsively buying things like new flavors and Pokemon plushies that I really don't need. I just don't need it. Did you see commercials for these things? Yeah. See you later. Take care. Austin, it's insecure. See you fun night. I need to ride home. Hey, Nima. Good to see you. Oh, I'll take a thank you. Yummy. Nima is truly the goat. How many coffee chocolates has this man given me? On top of that, I'm charging my battery packs nonstop. He is single-handedly getting me through this. All right, bye, Nima. I just love you, Nima. Can you guys please spam the comment? I love Nima, so I don't feel weird about this. Made it back home. It's ready on the stove top. The prize is in the fridge. The pasta's on the couch. I'm gonna grab a chair and then FaceTime my dad. Before calling him, I realized my battery is down to 7%. It's actually extremely hard to replace a battery for the Apple Vision Pro without removing the headset. And if I can't get the battery back on without taking the headset off, this challenge is over. Okay. I wish I could see what I look like. Really? Oh yeah, my hair looks like a helmet. It doesn't move or anything. Oh, you just texted me? Okay. Let's see. Ew! Oh, that's gross. I just put you in the sky. I think you're fine. Alright, Dad, I'll let you go. Love you. Bye. I have about an hour until my next activity. And when this happens in my daily life, I normally just hang out, lay down in different places, play some chess, and I find it relaxing. But this feels different. Can we go to the park and hang out with my friends? Yes, I have them for now. This looks crazy. That's the scooter I'm gonna rent. And let's see if I can do this. Start ride. Start later. Okay, so you should 100% not drive in this headset. However, scooting is also, yeah, it's also dangerous. But I'm on my way to play frisbee. Okay, I love playing frisbee. I just wonder what these cars driving by are thinking. I look like someone's child. We're gonna have a little schoolyard pick. Hopefully I get pick first. There's actually some software running on my Apple Vision Pro where I can't actually drop it. We did a little team draft and nobody won anything. Yeah, well, alright, let's do it. Let's play some frisbee. I'm gonna have to battery switch the game. Use that for AKA using Apple Power for an time. My friends, you are watching our first rigorous activity. One thing about playing sports in Apple Vision Pro, it's kind of flattering because it's moving too fast. Hey, have you seen that video? Right there. My depth perception is bad. My battery levels are bad. Batteries. Oh no, it's someone. Not to brag or anything, but I threw the game touchdown. I celebrated my team because of the win and because it passed the night. I'll see you guys at home. Well, actually, conversation. That's actually honest. Made it back to the crib. This is not my house. It's a short-term rental. I feel like everything is more blurry than when I started. I don't know if it's back to sweat, but it's becoming more nauseating as time goes on to exist in this headset. Frisbee was fun. I'm desperately concerned about my facial acne that is on the horizon. I feel it forming on my face, and it's in the form of the Apple Vision Pro Light Seal. Before taking dinner, I decided to take a shower and get as much sweat off my body as possible. I can't clean my face or my hair. However, I can browse Disney Plus to see what movie I'm watching later. Uh-oh. Spaghetti night. My first major lapse of judgment of this video just became evident to me. I got gluten-free pasta. I'm gonna completely max out this Apple Vision Pro capabilities. Making spaghetti. I pulled up Gordon Ramsay's spaghetti tutorial. I threw in some salt. I threw in some olive oil. I started cooking some meat, and then Gordon said this. Gordon said your bad timing set a timer. This rating's pretty cool. I got an app called Stew Timer. I can place it above the turkey sausage. And now I know how much time to cook. And for inspiration, I have a friend Gordon Ramsay eating a piece of pasta. I'm gonna continue. Look at all the timers. I feel like an absolute chef. And goes dinner. Voila, guys, this is so fun. I'm making spaghetti with virtual timers. And I got Gordon Ramsay buffering over here and Jetpack Joyride behind me. This is so fun. Eventually our sauce was done, and shortly after our pasta, I strained it and then I made my spaghetti plate. I'm a little concerned about how I feel like I'm getting used to this. Ryan, you really outdid yourself. You're not saying much. I arrived in my final frontier of the night. I'm on Disney Plus right now. I'm looking for a movie. I really want to watch Cars, but I'm 25 years old. If you're wondering how I'm doing screen time while I'm sleeping, first of all, the battery must be plugged in. And then this is what I'm looking at. It might look like the headset is off, but I'm actually on the moon. I slept for a really long time. This thing is basically like a really expensive sleep mask. Morning routine. First thing first, I make a cup of coffee. Next, I open up all the shades in the house. Then I brush my teeth while watching an KVHD video about the Apple Vision Pro. Then I do some stretching, and then I get dressed to get ready for the day. Just to reiterate the rules of this challenge, my Apple Vision Pro cannot be removed. We have some close calls with battery packs. So far, I got 1% multiple times. Rule number 2 is I have to 50 hours of screen time. And rule number 3, no attempting live device, which is sometimes inconvenient for things like racing scooters, because I have to go like this and stuff. But this is the future. Get used to it. You laugh. It is a beautiful morning. I'm gonna go to a coffee shop. I have to cross this bridge, which is a pedestrian bridge. Hey guys, you guys have questions about the future? Hey, that's right, the future. I'm your future. Oh, we have some narration over here. What do you guys think about this stuff? Yeah, I have no pure vision right now. Like that. I keep running things. What do you think about the future? Oh, I think about it all the time. But being 80, I think about the present a lot. You're looking good for 80. You know what I'm wearing right now? What is it? The Apple Vision Pro. What do you think about it? Are you excited about this stuff? Yeah, of course I'm excited about it. What do you think about the future? Coffee time. Guys, I'm on 7%. It's time to change battery. I'm not feeling this challenge at a coffee shop. Dude, that was my fastest one yet. I got at least another 2 or 3 hours. Let's go get some coffee. Hey, how's it going? Good, relatively. Okay, cool. Can I get ice vanilla latte with milk? So you can like pull up apps and stuff as you're interacting in real life. It's very weird. I don't like that I can't like make actual eye contact with people. Yeah, like, I don't feel secured. Let's see. I decided to drink my coffee inside and do some work. And by that I mean raw stickman wearing an Apple Vision Pro because that's pretty important. Alright, you caught me. I'm trying to do the most time-consuming things imaginable. Anything to make it feel like this is going by faster. I'm walking over miles to my next destination. And look what I figured out. Morning. I got Apple Maps pulled up. Morning. I arrived in the nail salon. I'm getting a manicure. It's a treat yourself every weekend. Hello, morning. Yes. Oh, it's the Apple Vision Pro. New Apple product just came out. So one of my goals is to stop buying my nails. Do you bite your nails? No? So when you wear that, it make you have to walk? No, it's actually not bad. It just came out. Yeah, I was interested to see this. Like, I think I like it. I'm actually asking real quick. So weird. I plan to go back to my country in May. Oh, really? Oh, no. My wife is half Vietnamese. Yeah, I'm trying to learn Vietnamese and Duolingo. You say to your wife like this. Ăn yêu vợ lắm. Ăn yêu vợ lắm. That's so fun. I can't wait to surprise her. Alright, you're done. Yay. I'm not going anymore. Thank you, Angela. My nails are going to be $1 million. Angela told me how to tell Haley I love you in Vietnamese. So in the meantime, I'm going to the library. I'm not proud to say it, but I'm getting extremely comfortable wearing this in public. And I kind of enjoy walking with my map pulled up in a way it feels like an old-fashioned thing to do, except I look like this. So I had a realization while I was walking over here. Some guy stopped and asked me, he was like, and I realized I've actually been trying to get off my phone where to see my screen time down. Like I deleted a bunch of apps. I changed my phone to grayscale so it's black and white. And I realized I've actually been looking at a screen for the past 30 hours. So this isn't see-through. My eyes are looking at 2 holes that are just like a digital screen. So I thought it would be fun to do a digital detox at a public library. Go read a book or something. This is my first time stepping foot in my public library, and I really hope I don't get afterlife for wearing this. I'm gonna try that. Little work on. Oh, cheers, thank you. It's the Apple Vision Pro new Apple product. It's basically like a phone, but you can wear it. That's funny. I set myself a timer for 15 minutes to go through the first chapter of this book, but while I was going through the app, I got distracted and started watching Subway Surfers gameplay, but I did get through the chapter. It took me 15 minutes to read 7 pages of this book, mostly because I was trying to download a Sonic the Hedgehog mobile game, playing, partaking in mindfulness, and watching Subway Surfers content. But the book seems okay. I think it's that time of the weekend where I go shopping. My character needs a new outfit. I went outside and requested a ride. Hope it's Nemo. I got Nemo. Nemo's driving us. Let's go. Nemo's picking me up, and we're going shopping. He just hit 2 donuts, and now he's on his bike. Nemo! Good to see you. That's right, Oh, Nemo, thank you. I like your name. I plugged in my battery pack, and then we had another quiet ride. Okay, I'm trying to go shopping at Lululemon now. I've seen multiple people walking around with Vision Pros and bags. On the way over here, I did run into a Tesla bot. We need a future. Meanwhile, I feel like I can get a sick outfit to match my Apple Vision Pro here. I think that's possible. I'm trying to find something that screams. There's a robot. I don't know why I was having a really hard time visioning wearing any of this stuff, but luckily I had a really sweet employee help me find an outfit. I'm here with Morgan. Morgan just helped me find a futuristic outfit. Who even is this guy? That's not me. That is just not me. I requested a ride, and it was unfortunately not Nemo. Right? So far, so good. Oh, the headset. It's the new Apple product. It's the Apple Vision. Hey, back to the house. I took extremely nauseous in my car ride. I think my hours are catching up to me in this headset, but I'm here ready. Look at me. Please let me put these here. Please let me put these here. But I think I ordered some pizza and have a little dinner right here. She actually filmed an Apple Vision Pro video herself, reading for 24 hours in the headset. So she's gonna come here. We're gonna have a little Apple Vision Pro. That's horrifying. She's gonna be here in about 45 minutes of pizza. If you had told me when I was a kid that when I was 25 years old, I would be laying in the backyard of a short-term rental, ordering a sausage pizza in augmented reality for my wife, and literally paying for it with my eyeballs, I probably would have cried. I was crying. I grabbed everything I could find to make this the cutest date possible. I found a pizza guy outside trying to get pizza to my neighbor, and now this is what's going through my mind. I'm actually really nervous right now. It's so cute out there. It's like a little date, you know? It's actually sweet. I'm also trying to remember how to say I love you in Vietnamese. I've actually been watching the video from Angela, if you like boys and girls. Really hard watching this. Please wish me luck. And then Haley finally arrived. Hello. That's
Oh, I love it.
I got a pizza for us.
Aw.
A pizza. I think I'm not here. I know. I feel like after the past 2 days. I got a cheese pizza. You guess what I got?
Look at sausage.
The sausage!
You think? Look at this.
So,
In real life, I
yes.
I feel like they're gonna add stuff every few months. That's really cool. I'm trying to
That's so creepy.
But it is sad. I can't see your eyes.
I know. Pocket it.
So I don't like it. You know, there's something I'm going to tell you.
Where's that?
I don't think. So, Aunt Uvalem.
So I have no idea what it is. Yeah, I've never heard that in my life.
How are people so strong already? It's 2-6. It really feels like they're just a lot stronger than usual. Like, I think this board isn't that bad. Why did you just heal? The thing's full health, it turns to heal it? Like what?
I still hear the song of the sea.
Rush. Orphelios. Oh. Get it. I can get it. I can get it.
I still hear the song of the sea.
It was 10 mana every 5 seconds, and this is 15 every 3. That's really good. Who's right below me? You must have just like. That's... 10% attack speed, okay. Gonna get the freaking blitz.
Let's give him a show. We are not one soul. We are many.
Easy on the eyes. Don't I know?
Let's get to the fun part.
The screams begin.
Wow.
Say hello to my little gems.
Who's I even gonna put in? I swap her out for Hyper Pop. Zig. And we lose. We gotta move the unit around. Oh no. If I get a Lowy too, I think that would be big. Or not. so close. I think we just die here.
Impatient? I'm not impatient. Yeah.
All or nothing.
We are not one soul. We are many.
I should have done the healing one. So there's two guys now with this. They're both using it. I think they'll go after the tentacle. What? You kidding me? I mean, he still did a lot.
Like any other modern male having a midlife crisis, I am obsessed with speedrunning. But of course I don't actually want to do it myself because I don't hate myself that much. But I love the story and the grind to the records. And through being obsessed watching YouTube videos about speedruns, I came across Yu-Gi-Oh! Speedruns, specifically Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, because this speedrun is probably the most insane. Most speedrunners can beat some really famously long games in hours or minutes, but this speedrun is so brutal and a grind fest that if you beat this game in 9 hours, you'd be in the top 100 speedrunners. It's that hard. Some of the first speedruns of this game were over 2 days long. And because of course I'm a masochist, I wanted to try this myself. And if you're like me and don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh, this game is perfect because it doesn't even bother to follow the rules. It came out before the official rules were stated. So let's go through some of the reasons why this game is so incredibly difficult. It doesn't start off too bad, but later on into the game, enemies will flat out just start being stronger than you, and you'll be able to beat these creatures without a few creative workarounds. On top of that, the final boss of the game has much stronger cards than you have, will gladly play them against you, and knows what cards that you're going to play. 6 times actually, because you have to beat a gauntlet of 6 bosses that all have better cards than you. Good luck. On top of that, your starter deck is pretty garbage, and getting new cards is extremely slow. So slow in fact that it makes me doing puzzles look like I'm going a million miles per hour, because every time you beat an enemy, you get a card drop, and 90% of these cards being terrible, and of course the good cards have very, very tiny drop rates. So you might end up grinding the same character multiple times to get a card you need. And on top of that, sometimes you can't even get the chance of getting the card you need unless you beat that character in an extremely specific way to get a rank that'll allow you to get that card. For example, a character later on has a 1% chance of dropping a card you really need, but you have to beat them by making them draw every single card in their deck, which takes forever. But don't worry about that. Let's jump right into the game and we'll figure it all out. Oh my god, look at that font. Look at that font, dude. What a cool ass font. Jafar. It's not Jafar, chat. Now, there's a few mechanics in this game that I haven't quite told you about yet. The main mechanic of this Yu-Gi-Oh game in particular is fusions. Unsurprisingly, you can combine 2 cards to make a stronger card. Or if you're me, sometimes you'll spend hours trying to figure out the fusions just to combine 2 monsters, feeling really cool and smart, finding out you made a worse card than the base card. How is that fair? These combinations are very hard to learn. There are a few basic ones that we can memorize that'll help us along our journey. If we see the robot symbol and a sword symbol, we can make a robot knight. Pretty easy. And that works for any robot and any knight. My personal favorite combination, rock plus any woman character equals the mystical sand. A great combination that we'll utilize early because it's high attack, 2100. But throughout most of this speedrun, we'll need to be focusing on one fusion in particular, Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, because it has the highest attack of any card that we can make, 2800. To make the Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, we first need to make a Thunder Dragon. Simply combine a Thunder card and a Dragon card of any kind, and you'll get that. Then on top of that, add either another Thunder or another Dragon to make Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. So throughout all of this game, we're going to be looking for Thunders and Dragon type cards. But we also need some other cards to help us. You see, if you were seriously speedrunning this game, you would be spending most of your game restarting, because unless you get a certain set of cards right away, your speedrun is dead already. So often when you're watching pros, they'll just be resetting for hours on end, which is still, and this is true, more entertaining than all of my channel combined. And as Scooty TV points out in his amazing video about the speedrun, you have a 3% chance as a speedrunner of even having a deck that can be used in the speedrun, which already makes this a horrible game to speedrun. But the one card that we really care about getting in our deck specifically is the Raigeki card. A card so important to our speedrun that it was banned for 10 years in Yu-Gi-Oh! Play. What does it do? Well, it's a fantastic card that allows us to destroy every single enemy creature on the board, which by the way, if they have stronger cards than you, are we gonna need that? And so after booting up the game, we go straight into the store to see what our cards are. So how do we go to the card shop? We go to our cards. We gotta see at least if we need a Raigeki right after that. And after resetting that, we finally get our Raigeki. And because I don't want to be here for multiple days in a row, I'm playing the 15 card mod drop. There are multiple ways to speedrun this game, but the 2 most popular are the normal version, which can take days, and the 15 card mod drop version, which when you beat an enemy, they drop 15 cards instead of 1, greatly increasing your chances of getting cards that you need. And for this one, I'm gonna be using that. But trust me, it doesn't make it any easier. And so as we wake up in ancient Egypt, Jono has challenged us to a card game where we swiftly destroy him. During it, I'm confused the entire time. As one of the main differences between this and normal Yu-Gi-Oh is that those stars are just for show. You can summon any card at any time in this Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't need to sacrifice any monsters. And whenever you play a card in this game, you have to pick a Guardian Star. And think of this as the most convoluted rock paper scissors game of all time. You pick a Guardian Star and pray the opponent picks one that yours is super effective against. If they happen to pick the Guardian Star that counters yours, they will be 500 attacks stronger against you. And you'll most certainly forget about this mechanic until it comes back to bite you, which it will many times. This is not a fun mechanic. A rank. Okay, so that means we get a different type of cards. We get AOS rank, does power attack, and then you can get different cards when you get AOS or the other types of rank. This is ridiculous, chat. I'll be real. This game is so complex. It would seem that I taught you well. You've grown strong. You won fair and square as promised. You may go. I've nothing more to say. And after schooling that old man, we head to the duel grounds. I've been waiting for you, monkey. Jono was also here a few minutes ago, but he's gone now. How about a duel? Talk to someone else. Okay, I'll see you later. Swiping left. I'm like tendering them in real life. Look, mages are about to start the procession. This must be the work of the detestable high mage. Hey, shit. Like, why is she like so positive about this? Look, it's Jono. I can't believe it, but he's dueling over there. Okay. Yeah, and these characters' names are different because we're still in ancient Egypt in the story. So instead of Joey, it's Jono for now. I lost. Joey! I believe I've wasted my efforts on insignificant spec. I grow weary of these insects. Wait, it's Kyber. Wait, what? Kyber's stripped out, bro. Is there no one among you that is worthy of my attention? Hey, monkey, why don't you challenge him? Oh, after all, you're the best duelist I've ever seen. I literally just got my day. I think I have to lose. I think it's scripted. Fine. Master Seto, Master Haitian, calls for you. All right, I see. So be it. The duel is postponed. Seto is my name. Remember it. Okay, got it. All right. Can you believe that guy? A mage with attitude. And after Joey gets his ass handed to him by Kyber, we decide to duel him as well, just to put salt in the wound. All right, can we combine any of these? I don't know. 3 and 5. Okay. Really? I didn't know this. There's no way. Oh my god, you guys know this. Wait, I got a worse card. wait, Cockroach Knight. Okay, I downgraded my card. Okay, why would they put that in the game? Why would you be allowed to do that? Pot of Trick and Hourglass of Life. Yeah, why not? Let's see if that makes anything. No, okay, of course it didn't. God, your deck is so shit, Joey. Let's just combine all these. Let's just see what happens. I don't know. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I have to tap the face down card. Got it. Let's use my weakest one to do that. Cool. They both die. They're the same. I'm curious now. Well, that's 1500 attack. Oh, wait, because they picked the right star against it. This game is so complicated. Alright, beat his ass. And after defeating Joey, Kyber comes back to kick our ass. Well, we lose this attack, right? We lose this attack anyway, right? I don't know. Let's do 2 robots. These are both robots, right? They must make a better robot. Fuck, they didn't. I made the worst card. Oh my god. These are the worst cards. This is so pain. Yeah, Beaver Warrior. Yeah, just kill me. Just kill everything I have in my life. Just kill everything I hold dear. How does he know how to combine everything? He double combined? What? Oh, I'm so cooked. 1800? Yeah, Mass Clown and Armor. My favorite combination. Fuck! Alright, well, I think this is a scripted fight, chat. We lose this. I wouldn't actually lose a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's scripted. Alright, it is scripted. Okay, so just know that. Whoa! Whoa! I got one right! Wait, okay, that's so fun. It's fun. It works. But that guy's 2000 though. Spellbinding score. What does that do? Oh, great. Yeah. Just make my card. Okay, great. Yeah. Why not? Okay, I lose. Cool. All right. Yeah, well. You'll need better cards than that if you wish to beat me. Wait, I thought that was scripted. Not this one. I've been talking to Tiana rather than I talk to someone else. Culture 3 is the old fuck. Who is the old? Why does the guy say old fuck? Okay, this would be described as an old. And because we were already struggling, I decided that we needed to grind to get a few more cards. What the fuck? It's so good! And she's hot! Let's do double. Sure, let's see what goes here. So that's Sun, so Mercury would beat this. And this one's Mercury, so this one has a bonus against this, right? So I gotta do 500. Okay, got it. Okay, I'm getting it now. This is stupid. It's not stupid, it's just another layer of complexity. It's not stupid, I'm just dumb. No, it's stupid. Okay, good. We're in agreement on this, okay? I just want to make sure. And after grinding the old for a little bit and getting some brand new cards to play with, it was time to get our revenge on Seto Kyber. I kicked this guy's ass cheeks.
I was listening to this, and I just don't care. We've been listening to that for 5 minutes.
The latest jobs report shows unemployment at 3.7%. But what does this mean for taxes? To break it down for us, Yahoo Finance reporter Rebecca Chen is joining us now. So Rebecca, give us the lay of the land here.
Hi, so this is one of the most common questions that accountants get is how are unemployment benefits taxed? And this is really relevant because about 2 million Americans actually get a benefit, and the average weekly payment is nearly $400 a week. So that can really add up to a big chunk of amount. And how this works, the short answer is, unfortunately, it is taxed at the federal level. And how it works is normally you get something called a 1099-G in your mail, and you would go to box 1, as you can see here. It's called the unemployment compensation. Whatever amount is in that box 1, you feed it into your tax return, and that is how that will be taxed. And the way that the rate will work for your personal return is you have to add it to other earned income, and that would decide your personal bracket. So for example, let's say if we do, if you work for 10 months and then you receive an unemployment check.
Dude, what's going on?
So you combine those together to decide what rate you're charged federally.
And all right, Rebecca Chen there with a look at what to keep in mind here as we get closer to that tax deadline. Thanks so much for that.
Wait, did I lose some rounds because I only had 1 unit in? This guy's got like 5 items. 3, and I only have 1. Like, what?
The latest jobs report shows unemployment.
I think this guy's kind of in the same boat as me. It looks like he killed all of his units. Actually apply for that next week, maybe. Just nobody stops saying that they're getting pack tag. Don't know where to go. This is what I want to see, infinite turns.
Hey, yo. How's it going? Manny here. We're gonna be doing a little bit of pure fiction, and it was genuinely horrifying. I'm actually using Twitch here at 1.5 speed because it took that long to beat. It was very hellish. It was only a lot of fun though, but like, it was also hellish because of how long it took, especially because in my particular case, the game crashed twice on the second half. So it was annoying. It wasn't like the end of the world, but it was rough. And the main thing I genuinely adore about this one is, you know, we have like, again, our 3 different buffs that we can use in rumor, defamation, and libel. Personally speaking, I have no idea why I would use libel. Maybe I'm just hoping on my mind, maybe I don't understand it properly. I saw its use, and it's definitely very useful, but I would much rather go with a defamation debuff as I went in both of my halves for pure fiction. The reason being is, at least with Kafka, right, the fact that I can trigger the effects allows me to speed up all my party members essentially. And since I have both Kafka and Sample in this half, it just allows me to just move everybody forward. Not to mention that I just recently got Kafka Cycle, meaning she's essentially at about like 170, 180 speed. So she just gets her turns very, very quickly, and she speeds up my whole party very efficiently. It's weird. It low-key feels like Kafka not only is my damage healer, but also my healer. I'm kind of wondering now as well if it would have been better had I brought Ting Yun instead of Wokwa. Mind you, Wokwa was still really good, especially for the particular case of Yongchen that annoyed me. It's mostly as a layer of defense. Mainly because if I do get CC'd, if I do get frozen, one, whenever it's my turn, I won't immediately lose my turn, and two, well, unless, you know, I don't have stacks like I didn't have right there. But like, secondly, it just helps out in the fact that, you know, even if you are frozen, you immediately thaw out, right? And I just find it to be like really, really cool. Like, it's a really amazing mechanic. These annoying freaking fish, were, yeah, they were existing. It was just annoying that they would all hit my party members. I did still like to have that layer of defense in having a healer. Personally speaking, I don't know, I feel like I'm just going too risky if I don't have my own healer in this kind of setups, and it will be horrifying to me. Regardless, like, you know, with freaking Runmei, Sample, Kafka, like, shredding through these opponents is like legitimately not a problem. It's incredibly freaking easy, and I have learned something new about pure fiction, or at least I assume that it is new, because it bothered me massively. I just was not a fan of it, personally speaking. Nonetheless, though, I find it to be a really cool change. It's an amazing change. And also, real quick, kind of just to go back on the tangent, I do like how they added the rumor buff in this pure fiction, because that way you can still abuse the turbulence buff without having to have built TOT characters, and like characters like Herta and Himiko who do multi-hit can easily apply like 5 attacks in one singular go. So I just wanted to mention that real quick because I thought that was an amazing fucking like change. But essentially, this is what I'm wanting to like rant on, and it's like coming in very, very fucking soon, and I'm like waiting for all these enemies to just take damage. Essentially, here I move forward Yongchen because I want him to like, you know, take the DOT. I want him to perish, and then he gains immunity. Yep, he gains immunity, and I was so confused. I even tried to attack with Wolf. I was like, maybe if I attack him once, you know, maybe the immunity will go away. Maybe it's like a weird little chip art shield kind of moment. And I was confused, and last turn I'm like, this is not actually, how do I get rid of this? This is unremovable, you have to defeat a certain number of enemies. So I could have gotten more points, I could have been at, I want to say about like 32,000, not yet more, because I just finished 32,000 here. But I feel like I could have easily finished at 35,000, and just gotten massive amounts of points that way, but the game said no. Regardless though, again, this like teams are just absolutely amazing, wonderful, and I genuinely adore them. Also, it sucked the fact that I got, like they cancelled my last run turn, and therefore my Kafka couldn't do her follow-up attack either. The second half though, is the one that I had the most trouble. Here I knew I needed to not bring a healer, and I was banking on the fact that the blood, like the turbulence, I'm never sure what they're called, they're like buffs or like blessings, whatever they're called in like pure fiction. These essentially were the things that were going to carry me, and I just kind of replaced that with hey, now, I'm gonna get the deformation buff. I'm gonna assume that Lil Guay is able to just fucking get me as much fucking healing as possible, because the explosion, essentially, when I finish like pyro craft up, it only triggers pyro. I'm not talking in Genshin terms, because everything that fucking happened this fucking week is just being gravely in my mind. No, but like, yeah, she's a fire craft essentially, right? Because she triggers all instances of like fire that the minion has, which means that she's able to like fast forward my team and heal my party members, which I find to be like incredibly useful. Afterwards, we have freaking Jing Liu just so like elite, like, do as much damage as possible. It still feels super weird though, mainly because Jing Liu worked massively well in this like very first half, right? And like it is recommended that you bring, you know, ice and fire against his enemies, and I could have run Herta. Now that I look at it, I even built Herta with the purpose of, oh, you know, maybe like the next time we're gonna have like pyro and fucking the hell works fire and ice as like weaknesses, and then I can abuse it. And, like here you can even see it like even further. I'm just like, I forgot to bring those kind of debuffs. Those kind of words. Yeah, just I forgot that I could have brought freaking Herta here, and that would have been like incredibly useful. Still, Jing Liu just deletes enemies, so it's not like I'm complaining, and she has the ability to fast forward her own actions. So again, it's not like I'm complaining. It was awful though. I just hated the fact that, you know, they recommend these, but the final boss is Argenti, and Argenti has only one shared weakness among all of his like blades, or whatever the hell those things like that surround him are called, because all of them have just like the physical weakness. Hence why I brought Argenti. Like, that's the only reason why Argenti is sitting down here on trying his best, because I needed him to absolutely. It was awful though. I just hated the fact that, you know, they recommend these, but the final boss is Argenti, and Argenti has only one shared weakness among all of his like blades, or whatever the hell those things like that surround him are called, because all of them have just like the physical weakness. Hence why I brought Argenti. Like, that's the only reason why Argenti is sitting down here on trying his best, because I needed him to absolutely delete himself. Because I still find it very ironic that, you know, the king of erudition, Argenti, is weak against himself. Also, there I just felt so cringe doing that. I was like, oh, I need to just immediately ult, make less damage, but then you'll speed forward, and it felt so weird that it didn't kill. Anyways, here I'm like trying. This is like the main part, trying to big brain this shit, but no, this is like genuinely no avail. My goal here now, as I see that, like, you know, the last turn is approaching, I was just thinking, oh, I need to go for just as much damage as possible. I just need to reach that the 60,000. And I kind of didn't realize, I forgot that one, you know, these things when they die, they give different types of buffs, or they can do damage for Argenti or others. So maybe these ones, the fire ones and the ice ones, dealt damage among the, like those two, I think I just saw, at least the two fire ones just dealt damage to all of my party members, which means when they die, they all just fall down. It seems that the ice one right there on the far left, yeah, they just need the ice one, gives the damage buffs, huh. But also you might see that, like, you know, my party members are kind of struggling a little bit, just a little bit. So I'm like clutching here, I'm like literally begging Argenti to not delete me, and I'm like using all of my ultimates and everything I can, and like, look, I'm like literally 500 points away. I literally just do not want to fucking die. Argenti proceeds to hit Argenti, who just got buffed, he dies. It was awful, I'm trying my best. I possibly shouldn't have hit that one, because that one could have cost me like a lot. I decided to hit the ice one because I have like Jing Liu there, and I could like immediately fast forward her action, allowing me to get an extra turn to be able to attack. But regardless, it didn't even matter, for I was able to get that 60k just barely. Freaking Himeko falls down because this game hates me. Then I just want to get like, just for the sake of getting a few little points, I'm like, oh, let me try. Yeah, that was essentially how I was able to somehow restart the last pure fiction. I'm just very happy, and here are essentially the builds. Thank you.
After hearing and seeing the Argenti, I think I should have rolled. I skipped him because I thought he was fire erudition.
It's brawling time.
I was like, that's Himeko. And then turned out okay. Dude, I'm just so much farther behind on items because the beginning from everybody, it seems.
sin is to deny a craven. Let's get this party started.
Dude, I'm just out. Like, losing those PvE rounds in the beginning is just so annoying. I mean, sure, it's not going to help at all.
Such bravado.
How about a serenade?
Show me who you are.
No problem here.
Show me who you are.
I demand a sandwich.
Let's get this party started. Let's bounce.
I just need to, like, go for 5th. That's all I'm trying to do. arcane so I can get rid of whatever his name is called.
Let's give him a show.
Oh, hello!
Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Dude, that's so fucking annoying that I lost like a full item. What is this? I know nothing.
So this is a boss that I had a situation with Monster Hunter, all Trayon, and
I got to like where you actually like fight for the monster for the first time, and it gave me so many tutorial prompts that I was just like, dude, I don't even remember what it said on the first one. I don't think I even finished all the tutorial prompts. I was like, oh my god, what is
and he is apparently very much hated in the Monster Hunter community. Now, I was going to watch a video talking about this since that's the boss that I'm on right now. You guys ready? Let's do it.
This monster drove players in mass to review Bomb Monster Hunter World, and today, I'm going to beat it. Well, let's start from the beginning. My original plan was to grow my master rank level, unlock Silver Rathalos for its critical element set, farm Kulftaroth for its high elemental damage weapons, and then go and try to defeat Alatreon. However, I was looking at
Am I the only person that, like, whenever I am fighting a boss like Alatreon, I don't think about getting better gear. I think about, I'm bad. I got hit by that attack. I shouldn't have got hit by that attack. I need to get better at playing the game. Like, I don't have the mindset of getting better gear. I have the mindset of getting better.
Current gear and thought, you know what? This is
I think,
doable.
like, also, that's not really also a good mindset to have for Monster Hunter. Because I remember, like, whenever I did Velkhana with and without Divine Blessing, like, doing it without Divine Blessing, I was mad. Like, bro, I was farming Velkhana for this set to do Alatreon again. And I was like, I wasn't even paying attention. I was like, oh, I got hit by the breath again? Okay. And it would do like this much of my health. I didn't even care.
We'll take some melatonin.
Now, I originally planned for this specific episode to come out a lot closer to defeating Fatalis. You know, one of the final parts of my journey. But me being me, I had to try it. And so off I went with my less than optimal build in hand, and I failed the quest. A lot. I was going to give up for the time being, as I didn't even plan to be here in the first place. However, I remembered all the non-elemental, beating it without armor, or even high-rank weapon challenge runs. It got me thinking, this is a skill issue. Let's just keep practicing. Before we get to the conclusion
it is a skill issue, and you can, the thing is that you can, so you have to get to 100%. And you can get to 100% with skill, and you can get to about probably 60% with gear. But like, usually overcoming a fight is a combination of preparation and skill. Gear is the preparation, skill is avoiding the red things.
Short story. I should explain more of
God
the
is ass.
Alatraean fight in more detail. Now, this is a unique hunt with a unique mechanic that might confuse or at the very least frustrate new players. This mechanic is what drove many players to lose their mind and begin writing a slew of negative words towards it via the Steam reviews. And elemental DPS check. Alatraean has an ultimate named Eschaton Judgment, which he will perform every 7 minutes or so. Within this time frame, you must deal a certain amount of elemental damage. You'll know you've done this as the following will happen.
He falls over,
Reaching
he gets
this threshold
toppled.
will reduce the damage
That's what people
of
told me.
Alatraean's ultimate, allowing the player to survive it, assuming the proper use of healing items anyway. You can further weaken the ultimate an additional 2 times, however, the threshold of elemental damage...
I think that there's three thresholds, right? There's insta-kill, survive, and easy.
To do so incrementally increases each time. As I'm sure many of you will already know, failing to meet this check results in an unavoidable one-shot. A quick side note actually on that, it is technically possible to cheese this ultimate and survive the blast, as tested by Team Darkside. However, 99% of players won't be performing that strategy. It's ludicrous. Naturally, this dragon has a couple extra tricks up its sleeve to make meeting the DPS check a bit more difficult. Firstly, Alatraean will inflict Dragon Blight with its dragon attacks. Makes sense. If you weren't aware, this status effect prevents...
I'm gonna say it doesn't make sense. You fight other dragons, they don't inflict Dragon Blight. Why does he inflict Dragon Blight? They do? I never had it.
You from dealing elemental damage. You see the annoyance here, right? On top of needing to heal whenever you take damage, which in itself takes time away from your DPS window, you must also consume a Nullberry or another item such as Dragonproof Mantle to clear the effect if you wish to get to the next phase without carting. The second primary mechanic in this fight, however, revolves around its horns. Now, depending on which quest you take, Alatraean will begin the fight in either fire or ice as its active element. You can refer to Alatraean's wiki page to confirm this.
The normal one is fire first.
Check yourself. If you know it will begin the quest in fire element, you will want to bring an ice elemental weapon, as it would have a 3-star weakness to it. Likewise, if it began the quest with ice element, you would take a fire weapon to the hunt. Here's where it gets tricky. Roughly 3 minutes into the hunt, Alatraean will swap elements to dragon. Whilst and only in this dragon state, the player becomes able to break its horns. Why is this important? Well, doing so prevents Alatraean from continuing to cycle into the next element, which would render itself immune to the damage you entered the quest with. For clarity, let's assume Alatraean began the quest with fire as its active element. As a result of this, you brought an ice weapon with you to capitalize.
To be fair, I think that this is kind of an annoying gimmick. Like, that part of it is kind of an annoying gimmick. I think it is.
On the weakness. After 3 minutes, it would cycle to Dragon, and if you fail to break its horns within this time frame, Alatreon would then cycle into Ice Element, become immune to your ice damage, thus making it impossible to meet the DPS check, and inevitably it will kill you. However, if you did break the horns in this example, Alatreon would then cycle back to the beginning into its Fire Element, which would give you, the player, more time to meet the elemental DPS check and ultimately better odds at surviving its Eschaton Judgment. Now, please bear in mind that you can only break the horns twice. After this, you won't be able to prevent it from cycling to your poor matchup anymore. However, if you're dealing enough damage to Alatreon, it should be close to going down by this point in any case. While all of that may sound complicated, in essence, the hunt is very straightforward. Take the right weapon into the hunt, break its horns when possible, and repeat the cycle until it goes down. And that's...
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as like a lot of fights in games. Like, you have to have the right gear, you go in, you do the mechanics, you kill the boss. Like, I don't really think this is that complex. Like, it's really not. It's just that, like, it's hard. Like, he does a lot of damage.
I downloaded this.
That's
one.
it. Like, I mean, fuck.
I mean, we can install it.
Exactly what I did.
I can install it. There's no
Finally, after multiple hours of attempting the hunt, I finally managed to get the job
Got
done.
his ass.
For 100% transparency, I just want to make clear that this is not the original footage of the original kill, as I didn't record it. I wanted to make sure, however, to get a kill with it with that same equipment, except for the weapon, which would have been an ice variant, just to show players that it is possible to beat it without having the 100% optimal setup. Before now, I had only beat Alatreon maybe 2 or 3 times in multiplayer hunts, and that was with the longsword, so this kill was very special to me. I've since took him down over a dozen times solo, and what?
Yeah, I only want to kill him solo. Like, because to me, if I'm killing him with a group, the odds are that the people in my group are going to be better than me because they're still playing this game that came out 6 years ago, right? So it's like if I beat it in a group, I am probably just going to be carried. And also, like, the truth is that, yeah, obviously if you don't meet the elemental check, you, like, insta-wipe whenever he has, like, one of the judgments, right? But other than that, like, having the boss not target you, or only target you, let's say, 25% of the time, that's insane. That's like fighting with 2 other Palicos.
What was originally such a stern obstacle is now
Makes it easier, yeah, it does.
Quite a trivial hunt. But what about the negative reviews Alatreon caused? What
Yeah.
do I think? I understand where that criticism came from. Players were ultimately upset that this isn't a fight you can just stick out to the bitter end, you know? Even if the hunt takes 40 minutes to complete, so long as the player doesn't cart 3 times and fail the quest, they should be able to keep trying. This hunt in particular, however, says no. If you want to beat me, you're going to have to play efficiently, and if you don't do enough damage in these short time frames...
I think, like, this is just the way that this fight is. Like, I don't think every fight needs to be like that. I mean, most fights are like that, but, like, it's not a bad thing to have a couple of DPS check bosses. Like, what's wrong with that? It's not... It's like, is it frustrating? Is it hard? Yeah, it's hard. It definitely is hard. But just because something's hard doesn't make it bad. Like, in my opinion, which bosses do I think are actually bad? Like, do I not like... I don't like Anjanath in Monster Hunter. I think it's a bad boss. I don't like the way it moves. But, like, I don't think that this boss has any problematic movement. You know what I mean? Like, Kushaladora, yeah, it's Kushaladora, like, in my opinion, how is it that you hate this boss, but you're not... Like, Kushaladora, in my opinion, is, like, way more fucking annoying than this boss. I hated that fight.
You're just going to lose. And maybe this is just me coming in as a new generation Monster Hunter player, but I actually really like this hunt. Everything I just explained is why I think it's great for the game. Alatreon pushes the hunter to plan accordingly, learn the mechanics, and play well, which, in my opinion, perfectly captures...
It's an end game boss. Like, of course it's gonna be hard. Fucking duh. Like, yeah.
The nature of the formula, I understand and empathise that in a way this hunt in particular might prevent a percentage of players from truly experiencing everything the game has to offer. But with it releasing,
It doesn't prevent anybody from it. It's just you have to beat it. And if you don't, then you don't. That's fine. If you don't want to get the set of gear to do it, you don't have to do the fight. There's like an easy mode version of the fight that you can do if you just want to clear it and move on. What's the problem? Like, really?
Far into Iceborne's life cycle, near enough at the end of it, I think this monster's a great addition to the game and offers a unique challenge for adept players who are looking to scratch that itch. I understand some of you might not fundamentally agree with me on this, and that's okay. You only need to take a look at the World versus Rise arguments to see how different players' perspectives are on how the game should be and what it should look like. Please leave a comment down below to share your thoughts on Alatreon. Do you think this monster has a place in the game? Anyway,
Yeah.
I'll see you next time.
Yeah, why would people complain about that? I don't understand. Like, to me, like, this is my perspective on, like, bosses. I think that bad bosses and good bosses exist separately from the spectrum of, like, quality. So, for example, like, a really bad boss doesn't function well and has hitboxes that aren't accurate. That's what makes a bad boss. If a boss is really, really hard, that doesn't make the boss bad. That just makes it really, really hard. So there was a tweet that was made. I guess, did this person block me? Oh no, I think I've been blocked by this individual. I've been blocked. But they made a tweet complaining about me playing Monster Hunter the wrong way. And so this is what this has 18,000 likes. There's a lot of people that are mad because I was not playing the game the way that they thought that I should be playing the game. Reminds me of whenever Asmon got to Alatreon, he reads the entire tutorial out loud, went into the quest, spends almost 2 hours without even knowing he's doing 0 elemental damage because he has Dragon Blight, even though the handler keeps yelling, you have Dragon Blight. Well, I don't know what the indicator for Dragon Blight is. So what are these two indicators right here? The sword up and the green up here. These are buffs?
I need
so
Samira.
Attack up and defense up. I am used to games separating buffs and debuffs, where buffs and debuffs are located in different places rather than having them all consolidated, because I find that to be confusing. Also, there's no like indicator that this buff is applied to your character in the same way that, for example, if you're on fire, your character's on fire, your health bar goes red. Dragon Blight doesn't work that way. And I don't know how exactly to make that work, but I do think that it is a shortcoming of the UI to categorize buffs and debuffs in the same bucket. I do. I think that's bad, and it could be better. And I hope that in Monster Hunter Rise, not Worlds, Wilds, Monster Hunter Wilds, I hope that it is better, because it's confusing. So yeah, that's number one. When in the quest models 2 hours during Dragon Blight damage, you have Dragon Blight. So people are unhappy because I didn't know what Dragon Blight was. I want to express my mindset going into a situation like this. The majority of information that the NPCs tell you is not completely accurate. There are things that they tell you that you need to do that you don't actually need to do. It's just that it makes the fight easier, or it makes the fight work in a certain way. So if you've played through the entire game, and the NPCs are constantly yelling at you to do certain things, well then, it's hard to understand what that actually means. Do you actually have to do it, or not? Second thing.
The army of Nami.
Let's talk about build-up. Now, generally with games, frost damage, whenever you have, for example, the Frostcraft, is applied to it does a proportion of your melee damage as frost damage. Is that correct? No, how does it work? It's actually, it's not actually ice damage. It's a raw multiplier. It's a flat boost to elemental damage. It increases damage by a percentage. Frostcraft is a damage multiplier. It is a damage multiplier, but that damage multiplier is converted in terms of ice damage, right? So you're telling me Frostcraft gives you an increase in raw damage. Let me look this up. Is the skill of monster so set bonus Velcana Divinity? An aura of frost builds when your weapon is sheathed, raising attack. Now, logically, I would assume that an aura of frost that makes your attack go higher would make you deal more frost damage. Like, this is the logical assumption that a person could make. And I do not think that this is stupid to make this jump. This is a logical assumption to make because most other video games function this way. And also, because there is no combat log, there is no way to really determine what percentage of your damage is actually increased by Frostcraft or not, unless you played the game a long time. And so, there's that. Also, with Dragonblight. News promoted, have extra life, big mistake, dude. Yeah, I mean, who cares? It's just...
What
I'm
is
just trying to read something, right? That's it. Frostcraft,
I'm just
yes.
kinda getting bored listening to it. I don't even play this game. Every single time I do new to you, I wanted that unit. Gragas, no. New to you.
I still hear the song of the sea.
I don't have to sell this unit soon. Why is it doing 0 damage to him?
Come at me.
Got a tier, I guess I need a sword. I think I need to roll down. Somebody else gets it.
Easy on the eyes. Don't I know it?
Okay. Let me give you a hug.
Can I turn up the volume?
Okay. My thing just like insta died. Yeah, I need a TF2. Oh god.
I still hear the song of the sea.
I just need another one. How does TF die randomly in this? Holy crap. I really need that TF2. What was here? There's something that there is a Just not there. How many are out of the pool? 1, 2, 3. There's just 6 out of the pool. There's like, I don't know, 10, 8 more. Just give me another TF, please. Need that, I think. I don't really need it, I want it. I think it'll help. Blitz seems to be the last one each time. Throw it on him. I think him with 4 Dazzler is just like so much better. Dude, why does he keep hiding? Oh my gosh. I just can't hit Twisted Fate. Just give him to me. Please. I beg of you. All I want is Twisted Fate. Ugh. These dang Akali players. Twisted Fate, Twisted Fate, Twisted Fate, come on. I could just take, where the fuck am I? Don't walk forward. Shit, it's gonna hit him. No! I think he actually hits. Shit, I forgot about that. You should need to go to bed, I think, man. I'm tired.